Today we'll be looking at the BGCSE English language papers. My name is Wendy Bowe and I will help you to get to know the papers. So welcome, let's start on our journey. Can you tell me how many papers there are? There are actually 4 language papers. Let's look at each one of those papers a little bit more closely. There is first paper 1, the continuous writing paper. Paper 2, our oral comprehension. Paper 3, the written comprehension and directed writing paper. And paper 4, the extended comprehension and directed writing paper. In order to get at least a C grade, you must take papers 1, 2, and 3. These are our core papers. To miss any of these papers will result in an X grade. In order to obtain an A or B grade, you must take the paper 4, which is our extended paper. Let's get to know paper 1, the continuous writing paper. Most people do not like this paper, but it is of very great importance. For this paper, you will be given 1 hour and 10 minutes to complete it. Additionally, you are expected to write 350 to 500 words. It requires some planning. Additionally, it is worth 40 marks of the entire exam. And finally, your language, your expression of ideas, and your grammar are of key importance, so you must pay attention to those. The oral comprehension. In this paper, you will be given 1 hour and 15 minutes for its completion. It is worth 15 marks. It requires careful and critical listening skills. You will be required to take notes. It requires attention to speakers' techniques. I will point out here that although this is paper 2, this will be the first paper that you sit for the English language exam.
This paper is also known as the oral comprehension paper. You will be given 1 hour and 15 minutes for its completion. For this exam, all information and the passage will be played on a recording, so you are to listen attentively. The recording will be played twice. That is important to know. During the first playing, however, you will simply listen for the general impression of what is being said, and you will make mental note of the main ideas and any relevant or important information. At the end of the first recording, you will be given an opportunity to take notes. There is a note section that will be provided to you. In the note section, you will find subheadings that will help to guide you as you listen during the second recording. During the second recording, you will be allowed to take notes as you listen, and then you will be given 45 minutes to respond to the questions that follow. There are 2 parts to the oral comprehension. Part 1 is the notes section. In this section, you will find subheadings that will help to guide you and help you to organize all of the information that you would have heard during the recording. You will pay attention to these subheadings and you will jot down any information that is related to them. This does not mean, however, that you are not allowed to make any additional notes or that you are unable to use information that is not highlighted in the subheadings here in the notes section. Along the margins, you can write any information that seems important. One of the things that I would want to point out here is that you should provide some kind of example for any idea that you write in your note section. You may need it later on. At the end of the note section, the recording will direct you to the second part of this exam. It is here that you will find the questions to be answered. As you read through the questions, you will refer to your notes. You will also pay attention to the task and keywords that are provided in each question. Remember, these help to guide you and to help you to give accurate information. In addition, you're going to pay attention to the number of points at the end of each question. These are important because these direct you as to how many answers you are to provide for each question. If you pay attention to them, you can get the maximum amount of points needed for this paper. The final question for the oral comprehension is usually a technique question. You will probably be asked to pay attention to some technique that you have seen in writing or that you have been hearing as you've been practicing the oral comprehension.
Now, let us look at paper 3. It is the written comprehension and directed writing paper. For this paper, you will be given 2 hours and 10 minutes for its completion. It is worth 45 marks. It requires careful and critical reading. It requires use of a variety of writing styles, summary writing, and accurate language. And finally, you will be required to re-express ideas in your own words.
Morning, everyone. How are you? I'm Mr. Taylor, and I'm joined by Ms. Barr, who will be assisting us today. And today we want to look at continuing our preparation for Language Arts BGCSE. We want to look specifically today at the directed writing question. For those who may be joining for the first time, I'm Mr. Taylor. Therefore, I want us to just look at specifically the directed writing question today and how to approach it. It'll be a very quick session and also some tips that you are to remember when approaching this particular exam. And so therefore, as a refresher, to progress to the next slide, I just want us to go through a few of the steps very quickly. As you guys know that this particular module has been set up to assist you all with preparing for your examinations, reinforcing it, and so therefore we trust that the information will be assistive to you in those ways. So for your paper 3, which is 45% of your grade and only 2 hours and 10 minutes with a 1,750 word passage and a 400 word directed writing and potentially 2, but for sure 100 and odd word summary, it is important that you understand how to approach the paper. And so you may take down these steps, but they're very basic to remember. I want you to reformat the way you approach reading comprehension, especially paper 3. And before starting to answer, I would like for you to read through the questions first and highlight important keywords and their point value. Reading through the question first gives you a great understanding of what the passage is about, what you can expect to encounter when you read the passage. You also are given your directions for what you are actually looking for when you read. And so reading the questions gives you a very good outline of sorts of the passage, and it makes digesting such extensive material very easy to deal with. The second thing you want to do after having read all of the questions and getting an idea of the task that is set before you, I'd like for you to read the passage. But you do not just read the passage as if you are calling the words in your mind to get to the end of the sentence. You must actively read. And that means as you are reading the passage, you underline the content that you need to answer the questions. And content refers to the information from the passage to assist you in answering the questions. And so your first step is to read the questions, highlight those important key terms, and get an understanding of what you have to do after such an extensive reading. While reading that extensive piece of passage, you are to underline the content that you need. You can make notations such as brackets, etc. You can highlight with your highlighter. You can make asterisks. You can use the question numbers to indicate which paragraph it's in. But it's important that you actively read, and I suggest you follow in this particular order. The next point, after having read the questions and having read the passage, I would like for you to answer the questions in a reverse order. You start with the last question, which is the directed writing question that we will be looking at today. There are 2 primary reasons for that. You answer the questions in reverse order. You answer the questions in reverse order because 1, they will take the most time. 2, they require you to have the most content. And so it is the most effective strategy to approaching and being successful on that paper. And then last but not least, after having answered your questions in a reverse order, you are to proofread your pieces for grammar and content. Now, it is important to proofread for grammar specifically because yes, it is an English language exam and you will be held to the standards of the English language, of the standard English language. Even more importantly, grammar is important for those paper 4 candidates, especially because your language is graded much more heavily, so you are expected to use much more sophisticated sentence structures, much more sophisticated figurative language and vocabulary, etc. I also want to note that when you are checking your answer, you're not merely checking your answer for its grammatical soundness. You are also checking to see that have you provided sufficient content or sufficient points in your answer to get maximum value of your answer. So if a question is worth about 10 marks, you should have about 8 to 10 pieces of individual content within that response to get the 10 marks. And so those are just the 4 steps that I'd like to share with you on how to approach the paper 3. First, you read the questions, and you highlight important keywords and the point value to help you understand. Then you read the passage, you underline the content needed to answer your questions. You answer the questions in a reverse order, starting with the directed writing question. And last but not least, you proofread for grammar and content. As the note says, the last 2 questions are the summary and directed writing question. Each takes the most time, valued the most points, and requires paragraph responses. And so those are steps for you to complete the paper 3 and to assist you in being effective in getting maximum points. Okay? And so with that being said, I want us to now move into specifically the most expensive question that you'll be approaching, which is the directed writing question. And to help you get a better understanding, I want to skip directly. Sorry, I went ahead quickly. There we are. These are some notes that I'd suggest that you can copy down as well. I just gave you some steps on approaching the paper as a whole. When reading the directed writing question itself, it is somewhat like a test because you are expected to extract specific information from it. If you notice, there are 4 specific questions that are listed here, and any directed writing question you are given, whether it is for the paper 3 or it is for the paper 4, you should and must locate these question requirements to write an effective response. Because it is a directed writing question, they want you to write in a specific mode. They want you to pretend to be a specific person, and they want your answer to have a specific purpose. And so therefore, it is very important for you to locate when reading directed writing question, who are you as the writer? You should also determine who is your audience, because that determines the way that your information is phrased and crafted, and also what should be the purpose of your response. Next, you should look at what content to include. For those who may be unfamiliar with the term content, which I doubt, but nonetheless, content is the information from the passage needed to answer questions. Okay? And so as you read a directed writing question, you have to figure out, who am I as the writer? Who is my audience? What content or information from the passage must I include? And more importantly, what format must I use? Now, format refers to how you present your answer. We are going to look at a sample question right now, and I'm going to show you how these information are to be gleaned or inferred from the questions as you read them. At this time, I'm going to just pop into the chat to see if there's any questions that I may need to cover as I go in my discussion, but we want to now look at how to approach it. Yes, okay, yes, send all your questions to Ms. Barr. Very good. We are now looking at a sample directed writing question. As you can see at the bottom, there are 4 specific things we must look for: the writer, the audience, the content, and the format. The instructions say to us, please read the question below and locate the question requirements. This is a sample paper 3 directed writing question. The question reads, you are the Minister of Health in the Bahamas. In an address to the nation, explain what the Department of Health has done to reduce mosquito-borne illness, to reduce mosquito-borne diseases, and what residents can do to reduce the threat of it. Your speech should be no more than 300 words. That is a sample directed writing question. You are expected to find these 4 pieces of information. First of all, how do we determine who we are as the writer? It is explicitly stated in the first line. I'm the Minister of Health. As the candidate responding to this question, pretending to be the Minister of Health, your audience then automatically infers is that you are addressing the general public or Bahamians. And so as the Minister of Health, the person in authority role, it is your job to speak with formal language, be informative, and address much like how the Prime Minister has been addressing us during this COVID crisis each time. And so you are the Minister of Health. You are talking to the Bahamian people. And because it's an address, if you notice in the question, address is a substitute for a speech. And so this is where awareness of synonyms are important. And so my format now is a speech. Sometimes you may be asked to write a formal letter. Sometimes you may be asked to write an article. Sometimes you may be asked to write a journal entry. Each of those format types have different requirements. For instance, in this particular question where I'm addressing the audience, I must first introduce myself. I must also address my audience directly. But even more importantly, I must state the purpose of my speech. I must use a conversational tone. And at certain points, I may even have to use a bit of we or I to include the Bahamian people in it because I'm a representative figure. All of those various aspects that I just mentioned fall under what we call the style points. That is when not just the information from the passage is graded by examiners, but examiners now look at how you present your language and your information, your grammar, your ability to represent the specific instructions of the question. And so, Minister of Health, speaking to the Bahamian public, what is the content that we're talking about? Now, this is where reading the question and underlining the key terms are important. For instance, where did I go? Sorry, but I have a little technical difficulty, so just skipped ahead. Okay, there we are. So as we look in the question, in the second line, it reads, in an address to the nation, explain what the Department of Health has done to reduce mosquito-borne illnesses. If you pay attention closely to the way that that sentence is structured, that's a compound sentence. And it's now joined by and an independent clause, and it reads, and what residents can do to reduce the threat of it. And so therefore, this particular directed writing question is asking 2 aspects of content from you. They require you to say what the Department of Health has done to reduce mosquito-borne diseases. And then you must talk about what residents or the same Bahamian public that you are addressing as your audience, what they can do to help reduce the threat. And so when you would read a question like this on your examination paper, I would expect to see the words Minister of Health in the Bahamas underlined, addressed to the nation. What Department of Health has done to reduce mosquito-borne diseases. Residents circled, reduce threat to, speech circled, 300 words circled. I suggest that you try to place those 4 words just how you put them underneath the question, so that when you get into the examination itself, it is much easier for you to locate this information. Because a question like this is worth 16 out of 45 marks. That is almost half of the examination points in one question. This is the last question on your paper, and if you notice, they're asking you to write 300 words. And so it is not information that you glean from your own personal life. It is actually taken from that 1,750 word passage that you must read. And so, Minister of Health, talking to the nation about what your department has done and about what residents can do to reduce mosquito-borne illnesses, you have 300 words to do it. You must use a conversational tone, address the audience directly. You must be able to state your purpose for being there. Introduce yourself. And so that is a sample directed writing question. Now, if you are able, I want to change that if. As you extract these requirements from the question, it makes it a bit more easier to now approach that lengthy passage and locate that content. If you approach this question first, as you read actively and highlight, you will actually begin to locate the information for your other questions, therefore making the passage easier to digest. When you answer this particular question first, you have enough time to go and adjust it to add more. But even more importantly, this question will take up the lion's share of your time. And with that being said, this is the one that you must effectively respond to if you want to be successful on the paper 3, but even more importantly for your overall language BGCSE. And so as you read a directed writing question, I just want to reiterate, you ask yourself or you locate the 4 things. Who am I as the writer? Who is my audience? What is the content that I must include? And what is my format? Remember, for each question, this changes. Okay? Now, as we progress and move along, I want to give you some steps on how to write the directed writing response. Now, as indicated before, this response takes the most time, but even more importantly, requires you to locate the most content. With that being said, the information will be dispersed throughout the passage. It will not all be in one place. That is the first thing I want to mention. Second point that I want to make, with the information being dotted everywhere, you are going to have to paraphrase or rephrase those ideas into your own words. Third point, because it is a continuous writing answer, or an answer in which you must use paragraphs, it must be organized. And so some type of outlining of those points are important. If you are a skilled language arts student that is quite adept, you may be able to get away with placing numbers in the passage and know that you want to pull that point. And you may be able to avoid lifting. But it is important that as you read and underline, when you go to approach this answer, you should jot down in an outline the points that you're going to make. So I want to give you these few steps and tips on how to write your directed writing response. Okay? And the directed writing response steps are as follows. 1, highlight needed content in the passage. If you had followed the steps from before, you would have already done this step because that is the second step when approaching the paper 3. We've already read the question and seen the 4 pieces of information we need. We've read the passage and highlighted what we need. And so as you now see, we get to step 2. I've highlighted everything in the passage. I now must paraphrase the content and group the similar ideas. Going back to the example previously of the speech as Minister of Health, all of the things that your department has done must go into one section of your response. Things that the residents must do must go into another section. Now, even though this is an exam that counts your content points, the content must be organized and must flow. You cannot mention one from the residents and then immediately behind that mention one from the government, because that's improper formatting. And so you see, even the formatting of these responses are important. And so I'm admonishing you that after you've highlighted the information in the passage, I'd like you to paraphrase and group the similar ideas together. You can group them together by creating an outline. And this outline will help you to write effective paragraphs, because examiners expect to see a topic sentence. Your transitions are expected to be used. You should have some sentence variety. Your paragraphs must have a topic sentence, supporting sentence, closing sentence, or clincher sentence. And you must have an introduction and a conclusion. The same goes for your summary question that we will go into later on in subsequent sessions this week. But anytime you're writing paragraph responses, it must be organized and it must utilize or must have all of the elements of a structured paragraph. And then last but not least, after you've written this great response, you proofread your response for grammar, sufficient content, and appropriate style. Do you have a conversational tone for your speech? Does your article that you were asked to write, does it have a title? The journal entry that you wrote, did you write it from first person? Did you put their journal and write the date? And so all of those things factor into what we call your style and your content points. And so as you approach the directed writing response, it is important that you highlight your needed content, paraphrase and group those similar ideas, create an outline to write your response in paragraphs, and you proofread your response for grammar, sufficient content, and the appropriate style. As the note says at the bottom, style refers to the formatting of the answer, the language used, and the accuracy of the grammar compose the style points. As you're now moving forward, we're almost done. We have about another 10 to 15 minutes remaining, and I just have a few more slides, very simple, but if there are any questions, remember, feel free to note into the window and ask Ms. Bar. But as we progress again, I want to remind you of some tips for this particular paper. Now, we've looked at the directed writing, but these are general. 1, did you circle the multiple choice answers on the examination paper? If you did this, this is wrong. In yesterday's session, remember, nothing is written in the question paper. Everything is written in the answer booklet. Okay? Next, the answers to the questions will never repeat themselves. So if you find yourself giving the same answer for more than one question, something is wrong. This goes to understanding what the question is asking you, which is why the first step in approaching this paper is to read the questions and highlight needed content, because you would know what the question is requiring and would not repeat information. And so each question has its very own specific set of content. And so repetitive information, if you find that, then you may have misinterpreted something somewhere. The next red flag or next important tip to remember, if you find yourself writing just one paragraph for a question worth 10 points or more, something is wrong. Remember, your two most expensive questions on this paper are the summary and the directed writing. For the paper 4, those are the only types of questions that you get. And so if you go into paper 3 and you see a question worth more than 10 points, you already know that you must write a paragraph response. You must also have proper paragraphing structure. And you must also have all of those style elements to find yourself being successful. Another set of tips I want to share with you. Do not spend a lot of time on questions worth 1 to 2 points. This is why you answer the last question first, which is your directed writing. 2, do not lift information from the passage unless you are asked to quote. This is why paraphrasing is important. And this is why I'm encouraging you to jot an outline, because you would not run the risk of lifting if you attempt to put in your own words before attempting to write the actual answer. This is very important to note. Do not use ideas that are not from the passage unless you are asked to do so. Only in the paper 4 are you allowed to introduce one idea of your own. But the idea that you introduce must be relevant, or it must associate with the ideas presented in the passage. And so even though you may have personal knowledge on a particular topic, you cannot write that information in there if it is not given in the passage. So it's very important for you to stay within the passage, which is why it's important to know what the question requires, which is why it is also important to highlight as you read, and this is why it's also important to paraphrase to ensure that you're on the track. The last thing that I want to mention here is do not use SMS style of writing. SMS, that means text writing. Do not use you for you, R for instead of R, A-R-E, or for instead of for, or even for the number 4. This is a standard language exam. And so it's important that you remember those particular tips. So we want to focus most of our time on those big ticket questions, which are the summary and the directed writing. We want to paraphrase the information. so that we can show the examiners that we have a clear understanding of what's being said and that we have a great range of vocabulary, putting us in a different class of writer. We also must stick to the ideas that are from the passage, and we must remember to always use standard English language. And so those are some tips I would like to make you aware of as you approach this paper. Now we're going to do a little activity because I've been talking for quite a minute. There are 3 different directed writing questions here. I would like for everyone in their chat window, please, and I'm going to review it. I'll give everyone 3 minutes. I would like for you to tell me, please. We're going to make this challenging. We're going to start with number 2. I would like for you to type into the chat window who is the writer, the audience, the content, and the format for question number 2. Let us see if you are able to extract that information. Please tell me the 4 question requirements for question number 2. For question number 2, it reads, write an article for the tourist. Write an article for tourists presenting Corfu as a tourist attraction. I need for you to tell me who is the writer. I need for you to tell me who is the audience it is addressed to. I need to know the content that is to be included, and I would like to also know the format that you are to use. Those are the 4 things you must locate. That is a directed writing question, though it is 1 sentence. Okay, article writer. I can accept that for now. Let's see if someone else comes up with a response. Very good, Ms. Adley. The audience are tourists. Very good, Ms. Major. Don't let the 1 sentence fool you. An article writer. Okay, Mr. Forbes, you can accept that. What is attractive about Corfu to tourists? Okay. Very good attempt, Ms. Adley. This is my question. What do you call people? Sorry, people traveling are called travelers, right? But suppose I want to travel somewhere and I don't know where to go. What type of magazine can I buy to know where to go? What kind of magazine can I buy to know where I go? I want to travel somewhere next summer. Where would I go? What magazine would I go to the bookstore and buy? That would indicate to you who your writer is. And I'll explain in a moment. Not really, Shiloh. We can agree on the audience is a tourist. We are correct. Okay. The writer would be the Corfu owner, article writer. Very good. Travel magazine writer. That is the term that I was looking for. Because if you're writing for tourists and it's an article, chances are it's going to go in a newspaper publication or inside a magazine. If your audience are tourists, then that means this must be a travel magazine. And so DS, you're quite correct where you say a travel magazine writer and the same thing. Okay, and so now, when they say present Corfu as a tourist attraction, this is where I want to test and I want to show you how analyzing the question helps. What are some things or what are some details you would put into an answer like this? Now, bear in mind, you haven't read the passage. But if you're a travel magazine writer writing for tourists about a place called Corfu, what are some of the details that you would include in such a response? Cost efficiency, okay. Family friendly, the location. What people like to buy, where it is located. People visit our country for the what? Sun, sand, and sea, okay. food, jewelry, okay, weather. Now you realize we only read this question and you are coming up with answers. Should you be in an exam and you're able to break down the question like this, your mind begin to predict and project what type of information you should be coming across as you read. And so therefore it makes it much more easier to read that lengthy passage. Now you guys did a very good job in number 2. Now guess what? I have a confession to make. Number 2 is a directed writing question from paper 4. That is a directed writing question from paper 4. You notice our directed writing question does not have to be lengthy, but it's important for you to locate that information. Now, that one was easy, right? This is the last one for practice prior to us leaving, before we go. This is how you can expect your directed writing question to look. You see how much help this gives you in the exam? This is how the directed writing question is laid out, and this is from, if I'm not mistaken, 2019's paper. Okay? Now I'm going to leave this question here for you to read, and I would like for you to do the same thing with this question that you did just now for that question number 2 on Corfu. Let's see if we can find those 4 pieces of information from the directed writing question. And go. Okay. Hey, Alicia. Yes, the general public is our audience. Okay. So who would you be as the writer? No problem at all, Miss Major. Okay, so we have our audience and we have our writer. Okay, very, very good, Tatiana, journalist. Two, 4, 8. Who's that? Who's that, Cash? The audience is the audience is the Mimian people. 2485534 will be a publisher of the newspaper. Okay, what content should we be including? Let's see. Okay. Audience, history researchers, okay, newspaper writer, okay, very good detail, DS. There's one thing that needs to be adjusted, DS. Your format. What are you writing? What is this answer asking you to write? Very good, Cartwright. Yes, Mr. Forbes, the scale of poverty. On the Bahamian people during which time? Because they gave us a particular focus era, 1930. Now, very good. So we are newspaper writers, historians, or researchers. Our audience would be the general public. We're writing a newspaper article, and what all they want us to include. I want to draw your attention to D. Look at D when it says writing the article, be sure to. Oh, what happened here? Oh. It says here, provide support for points. Move beyond merely listing points by exploring at least 4 specific negative ways in which some Bahamian parents, they put in brackets mothers and fathers, were affected by the poverty they endured in the 1930s, and at least 3 specific ways in which their children suffered as a result of the family's low income status. Now, I want to point out, we have about 4 minutes remaining. I want to point out a quick tidbit here to help you kind of, it's an estimation and it's not absolute. This question is worth 16 marks, right? They want you to write a 400-word essay, which is an article. Now, remember those style points that I spoke about? Now, your content point is going to be the 4 specific ways that Bahamian parents were affected. If you notice, they gave you 2 sets of people. That's mothers and fathers. How did the poverty affect the mothers? How did the poverty affect the fathers? But it didn't stop there, you know. And then it turned around and said at least 3 specific ways in which the children suffered as a result of the family's low income status. So 1, those are 3 different individual groups that we are talking about. So that's 3. The question is worth 16 marks. You have content and style that makes up your answers. And so therefore that's 16 marks divided into 2 categories. They want to start 4, let's just say for a minute, 4 for the mother, 4 for the father, that's 8. 3 for the kids, that's 11. That leaves another 5 points. Let's just say roughly your style points for this question ranges from 1 to 3 marks. There's about 14 pieces of content that you should be estimated to find. Now bear in mind, this is an estimation. And examiners have made the questions quite detailed as of late, so students will be able to access it much easier. Notice they tell you who your audience are. They say use appropriate tone. They say use 3rd person, so that's you as the writer, how you must speak. They say convey the purpose of the article. You have to have a title that does that. You have to also state it in the introduction. But then they tell you what content they want. They want 4 for mothers and possibly 4 for fathers, so that's 8. 3 for children, that's 11. With 5 points left for style. As you read, you may find that it might be 6 for the fathers, and then only 3 for the mothers, and then the 3 for the kids. But you also want, when you read the question, is to look at the points so you can determine how many pieces of content should I come up with, and how much should be included in my response. Now that brings us to the end of today's tutorial. We are only given a certain amount of window and the room is to be used by other individuals. But I want to know, are there any questions or any queries or any concerns before we leave the session? Next thing, is there any area of particular focus that you would like for Ms. Bar and I to cover for you? Okay, thank you much, DS. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Major. I'm glad that you guys did. Lifting is when you write the information from the passage directly word for word and you were not asked to quote. Okay, and so lifting is to take passage information directly to put as your response and not paraphrase it into your own words. Okay, if there are any areas that you would like for us to cover, you can feel free to insert here in the message window. I would also like to thank Ms. Barr for being here today with us as well and acting as our, well, I was at Iron Belly for a while. That was years ago. But story writing for paper 1. Okay, no problem at all. We had seen to insert those aspects to assist you so that everyone will be able to get what they need. And so I'm glad everyone enjoyed. So I would like to thank you all for being here. I'd also like to continue to admonish you to be safe and to stay at home. And I look forward to seeing you in session tomorrow, where we will be looking at the summary question and how to approach and break that down more effectively. It's been a pleasure, you guys. Have a good day. Until then. Okay. Ms. Major, we are going with it to see. And so in time, we'd be able to ascertain that, but as you know, we're starting out. And so give us some time and I'll be able to know. If you want, I can be able to create some things for you guys to practice on your own, but I don't want to make it assignment like there's a must. I'm also waiting on some more clarity on how we're going to be moving forward in the subsequent sessions. So that's no problem at all. I'll be able to create some things and you guys can get some individual practice time. Okay. With that being said, that's our time. I will see you guys in tomorrow's session. Okay? Have a great day.
Good morning, students. Welcome back to English language. I am Mrs. LaDawn Barr, and I am being assisted today by Mr. Paul Taylor. This week, we are still continuing with the topic continuous writing, which is a focus on paper 1 for the BGCSE. Today through Friday, I am going to take you down the guided essay path, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. So we will continue. Our objectives for today are as follows. You will be able to recall the purpose, format, and content of a continuous writing essay. Number 2, you will be able to develop an outline for your essay. We will begin that today. And number 3, you will be able to compose various parts of your essay in sequential order, meaning the introduction, the body paragraphs, and the conclusion. Number 4, you will be able to evaluate your essay based on SOCA. Remember what SOCA is? It is an acronym for the criteria for the continuous writing essay. It refers to style, organization, content, and accuracy. So I am going to show you, I'm going to put this in different terms for you so you can see where we're going. Okay. The slide I have up here is known as Bloom's taxonomy. Okay. And what Bloom's taxonomy does is it shows you the various levels of learning. Now, why am I showing this to you? I am showing this to you because this is what not only myself, but all of your teachers in language arts and every other discipline use to measure your learning. Okay. We begin at the bottom. If you can see this here, where my cursor, you can see my cursor, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible. Follow the black arrow, guys, and you can type in the Q&A. We don't have the regular chat feature, so you can send in the individual Q&A any of responses to Ms. Barr's questions or prompts so that we ask of you. But the cursor is visible, Ms. Barr.
Thank you. Okay, why am I showing you Bloom's taxonomy? This little pyramid that we have here, because this is the learning pyramid that the objectives that we write are based on. We begin at the very bottom here at the first level, which is called remembering. And that is meaning that you are able to recognize and recall facts, meaning by now, based on the first 2 weeks of continuous writing, you should be able to remember the requirements of paper 1, how long the paper is, for example, how many words you have to write. At this point, you should be able to recall the main types of writing. This is where we begin. The information that you can recall and remember. After remembering stage, we go a little higher up to level 2. Now that we gave you the content, which we have done, we have to make sure that you understand the content. Notice we're going up that level from low to high. Understand the content, meaning that now that you are able to recall all of those items, can you tell me what each one of them do? Okay. For example, what does a descriptive writing entails? How do you do that? Okay. What does an expository writing entails? How do you do that? What techniques do you use? We were at the understanding level when Mr. Taylor was showing you examples, giving you verbal examples of each of these essay types and telling you how to execute them. Again, we're going up the pyramid. So you are able to recall, you should be able to recall everything about the continuous writing paper. You should be able now to understand, meaning that you should explain to me components of the paper and how to do that. Today, we're going to up a level and we're going to apply. Because we're in the virtual school situation, we haven't been requiring much of this from you. But apply means that now we need to see if you know how to do what we've been teaching you, okay? And we are going to apply everything that you learned today. That's where we are. We're only on the 3rd level. After that, we can go to analyze, okay? You're breaking down, you're looking at each component of your essay, seeing how you can improve. We're going to evaluate, which may be done by your teachers, giving you a grade, showing you how feedback can come together. So this is very important for you to know, not only for this class, but every class. This is how learning takes place. If we just stay here to remember, we're not doing much except recalling information. But as we go up the chart, you are now showing us how you're taking your learning to another level. And today we are on the 3rd level where you will be applying the skills that you learned. Any questions about Bloom's taxonomy before I move on? Or Mr. Taylor, do you have anything to add?
No, Mom, that's fine. Everything is straightforward. So students, you're expected to respond. So let's make that happen today. You can continue, Mr. Barr.
Okay, so I showed you Bloom's taxonomy to make it all relevant, to show you how we are leveling up each and every day. So since we're on the application stage, you will be required today to write an essay. The poll wasn't available yesterday. I was going to let you choose the essay, but since it wasn't available yesterday, I see it's available today. I already chose a topic for you all. So maybe next time I'll let you choose via the poll. So right now, I want you to put your phone aside or to put your whatever device that you're using aside, and I need you to get a notebook and a pen. Please go and do that now, students. I want you to put your device aside, and quickly, I'm going to give you a minute or two. You can get your language arts notebook, you can get folder sheet, and I need you to get something to write with. Please do that now. Today, we are on application. You are going to be applying the skills that you learned. So I need you very quickly. We're going to give you 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes. Get something, get a notebook and something to write with. You are going to be on a guided path for the essay, and you are going to write as you follow along with me, the basic parts of the essay. Once you have something to write with and to write on, I want you just to send a yes to Mr. Taylor in the chat to let us know that you are ready.
Okay, I have affirmatives coming from the chat.
Very good. Okay, so we're ready. The rest of you, we're moving on. I'm very excited to see what you will come up with today. So the first thing we will get to is our topic. And here's the prompt. Like I told you before the poll, before I realized the poll was going to be here, I was going to let you choose, but I chose one for you. I will read the prompt for you. English, mathematics, and science have always been core subjects in the educational system. What are 3 other subjects that you think should be mandatory for all students? Elaborate fully. Okay. Now that I've read it, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to read the prompt silently to yourself. Good. So now I'm going to ask you a question. Number 1, the first one. The second one is going to be a poll. What are the keywords in the prompt? The prompt begins here and it ends here. What are the keywords in this prompt, grade 12? Please send some keywords in the chat.
We have elaborate fully.
Very good.
We also have mandatory. Elaborate fully and mandatory so far. What are you elaborating fully on? You have the word other, but I think there should be another word underlined with that. Remember, keywords are not just the words by itself, but sometimes it may be a phrase from it or a term. Okay, so we have other subjects. Someone says
Very
3
good.
other subjects. We have, from one person, we have mandatory core subjects, elaborate fully. Others,
Okay.
3 other subjects, and we have mandatory as well.
Very good. Excellent answers. And everybody, the elaborate fully jumped out. Now, Mr. Taylor, I'm not sure. I don't think they've ever used elaborate fully on the continuous writing exam, but I said to put it there to challenge students a little bit. So when it says elaborate fully, what does that word elaborate means? You can send your answers in the chat.
Some synonyms to elaborate. But when someone asks you to elaborate, what do they want you to do? To go into details. Okay, thank you, Lillian. Expound, go into details, explain in depth, to break it down. Okay, explain in detail.
Such excellent answers, grade 12. I am so proud of you and thank you for your participation. All of you hit the nail on the head. Now, what are we to elaborate fully on? It's not English, math, and science, right? It's other subjects that we think should be mandatory for all students. So I'm going to send a poll here and I want you to tell me, okay. I want you to tell me what essay type this is. There we go. Please answer the poll.
So guys, click at the bottom of your screen. You should see a thing that says poll. When you open it, you should be able to launch a response.
Is it visible for you as well, Mr. Taylor?
It is. We have it's a tight race right now. We have 40% expository, 20% descriptive, 40% persuasive. Persuasive and expository, it's now a tie. We need a tiebreaker. And they're off. We have expository that's in the lead. Expository followed closely by persuasive. Expository is edging out the lead more. Expository, persuasive is coming behind. Expository.
Okay.
Yep, expository, 60%, 30% persuasive, 10% descriptive. At least we're certain it's not a narrative.
It's definitely not a narrative. I'm so happy nobody
Hold on a few more seconds before we close it out. 55% of the people have voted. And I am going to end the polling now.
Okay, fine.
And we have the winner with 62% expository. Second,
Very good.
29% persuasive, 10% descriptive. Good job, guys.
Okay, those who said it is an expository essay, give yourself a pat on the back. Very good. Now, why isn't it a persuasive? Did the prompt ask you to choose a particular side? I don't think it did. Remember, persuasive, you are going to convince. Do you agree or you disagree? Okay. I remember a description wants details. So they want you to describe anything here. I think the major purpose of this prompt is for you to explain why these other subjects that you came up with are beneficial to the educational system. Thank you so much for participating in the poll, students. It is an expository writing prompt. Okay, so moving along. Do you think this is a topic that you can get enough information or content about to write on? If you think that is true, please send a yes in the chat. Is this a topic that you think that you can have or find enough content to write about? If you think so, please send a yes in the chat.
We have affirmatives coming from the chat.
Okay, very good. And why is that? And that's why I
We have
chose the
someone that is
topic.
not, if someone that is not too sure, someone mentioned it says not really.
Not really, but you are students. Okay, that's why I chose this one.
I think as we brainstorm, they may get a bit more comfortable with it. Remember, students, it's not if you're able to write an entire essay when you read it, but is it a subject that you kind of have information on? And as you plan, you should come up with more stuff. This is why it's important to analyze it and understand what type of prompt you have. So your students, like Ms. Barr says, so have confidence that you know enough. Just analyze the prompt carefully and choose accordingly.
Very good. So now it's time for the planning stage. Okay. Now we're looking for subjects except English, math, and science. Before I go on to the planning, well, I'll go on to the planning. Here is our brainstorming chart. This is how it's going to look. And I'm going to give you 2 minutes just to put this first circle in the middle, and please make it big enough so that you may put today's topic in there. Okay, and then these are where we're going to have our main ideas, and around here we're going to have something else. I'm not saying it because I'm going to ask you what that last set of bubbles are. So I want you to take this down. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to take this down in your notebooks, please. Please take down this brainstorming chart. I want you to write the topic in the middle of your notebook. And if you're heading up, please put today's date. Please put virtual school, language arts, and put the topic continuous writing. After you would have done that, I need you to take down this brainstorming chart. Everyone right now should be writing. I want you to put a circle in the middle of your book, big enough whereby you can write the topic. After you would have done that, I need you to do these outer circles whereby you have main idea number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do that. For those just joining us, you're taking down this brainstorming chart in your notebooks or on a piece of folder sheet. Today's session, today and this week's sessions are working sessions. Once you would have done that, you can send a thumbs up or a done in the chat.
Okay, we have someone that is completed from the chat. We have a done from the chat.
Okay, I'll give the others some more time. Please take down the brainstorming chart in your notebooks.
Remember, guys, you're also doing this to keep us a record for you so that you'll be prepared on your own individually. Even though you may have it electronically to access, when you write it down physically, it gives you the practice that you need in the exam. And this is the first crucial step. So I want to encourage everyone, you know, even if you may not be chiming in with responses in the chat, to please at least be taking down the information because it's very good information. We have quite a few more dones coming in, Ms. Barr.
Excellent, students.
We have about 12 to 15 completed.
Great. So we're ready to move on. That means we're ready to think about or brainstorm this topic. So let's look at the first sentence, grade 12. English, math, and science have always been core subjects in the educational system. So you should be asking yourself, what do I know about English, math, and science as it relates to them being core subjects? Number 1, we know that you have these subjects more than other subjects, don't you? Okay. Number 2, well, I should be asking you, what do we know about these core subjects, grade 12? I'm not give me some feedback. What do we know about core subjects? Since they're asking us of other subjects that we think should be core subjects, first of all, tell me what you know about core subjects. How many times a week do you have them? What are they required for? Why is so much value placed on them? What are some things you know about core subjects?
We have them mandatory.
Very good. Why are they mandatory? Why English, math, and science?
Someone says that it's 4 times a week. They're needed to graduate. These what I have. It's mandatory. They're subjects to help us get our dream jobs. They're normally 3 times a week and needed to graduate. Others say that they are 4 times a week and that they are required by jobs. They're used in our everyday lives and they're required. So the major thing is the time of the week that they do it, the fact that jobs need it, and the fact that what you're gonna do when you leave school with it.
Excellent responses, grade 12. Wow, you just blew my mind. So if this is what we say about the value of these core subjects, the question is asking you or telling you that the subjects that you come up with must also be what? Must also be what? Mandatory, required by jobs, used in everyday lives. We must make sure that the subjects we come up with are just as valuable as these core subjects, okay? You say it's a prerequisite for jobs and graduation. So the subjects that you come up with should also be beneficial to the educational system. So now you're thinking, what other subjects that are not English, math, and science should be mandatory for students? What are other subjects that we can come up with? And for today's purpose, we are going to share some ideas. Based on what we know about core subjects, what other subjects, grade 12, do you think should be core subjects? Do you have any ideas popping up in your mind right now? If you do, please put, or please give me some of your ideas of these other subjects.
We have from Star, we have religion and PE. From Teresia, we have history. We have from Kashad, family and consumer science. Kristen gave 3, religious studies, history and geography. Kenya mentioned religion. We have French, okay. We have foreign language and arcade from Lillian. We got French from Amisha. We got history from Ruthanie. Dimitri gave us PE and religious studies. Kira gave us mathematics. We also have business studies, computer, music. Okay, now students, what I'd say is that, you know, if it's not a core subject, it's an option topic. So that means, do you feel that there's an option subject, as many people have mentioned, that should be made mandatory? That means you have to study it. That means you will go to it 3 to 4 times per week.
I will also,
No, I just gonna mention there's been starting now to get them into groups, which is good. So we have Spanish, religious, and history. We have computer now that is mentioned. And guys, when you say business, remember business is very broad. Business has specific subjects underneath it. So you want to be as specific as possible. You want to be specific with the subjects. But we have a very great listing of those that I've read off, Ms. Barr. You can continue.
Thank you so much, grade 12. Now, I heard that somebody mentioned math. Now, what's the problem with math? The problem with math is already there. You cannot use math. Okay, so this means that we have to pay attention to the prompt. And sometimes some of us, we fall on the wayside, and some of us before we even finish reading. Okay, and this is why it's important to read the prompt to the end. Some of us, we just see English, math, and science core subjects. We begin our essay. And you have a beautiful essay talking about how we need English, how we need math, how we need science. But the question is not asking you that at all. So that's why it's so important for you to highlight the keywords in the question, understand what it's asking you to do. Read the prompt from beginning to the end. So we can use math, Okay. I heard some great answers. Okay. You gave some great answers. So that means we're brainstorming. Now, that's just the first part of brainstorm. What are you coming up with? You're coming up with the subject. So you're coming up with what? Main ideas. Okay. So main idea number one would be what? One subject. Main idea number two would be another subject that you think should be there. Main idea number three. I don't know why it's not showing up on the screen. I thought I had it there. Main idea number four. I have a question for you, grade 12. Why do you think in previous weeks, Mr. Taylor told you 5 body paragraphs, an introduction, 3 body paragraphs, and a conclusion? Why do you think I have a fourth circle here? Why have that there? Anybody can tell me why? Why do we need this 4th circle?
We have to close up the essay. Someone says because that's a conclusion to discuss all together.
It's not, we're doing this, not the conclusion. This is separate from the conclusion. Why do I have this here? Remember this brainstorming chart, the main ideas, this is the body of your essay. Sorry, I didn't say it explicitly. This is the body of your essay. Why do I have a 4th main idea there? Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Someone mentioned for extra points in case you are low on some.
Very good.
So I think Annalise is meaning like you can put that in case you may not have sufficient information to develop an idea. You can swap it out. I assume so Kasha is as a backup.
Okay. And they are correct, Mr. Taylor, because when you continue to brainstorm your ideas separately now, you want to make sure that you choose the 3 strongest points. Okay. So that's our just in case. That's what we'll call that one, our just in case right there. Okay.
Spark it out of point right there as well before you move right from there.
Go ahead.
Students also, what are the 2? I noticed some of you mentioned the conclusion, and the conclusion and the introduction are very much similar. So this 4th bubble also helps you that if you don't even use it as a main point, you may use that as introduction points as well. So again, it's about getting as much ideas as possible for whatever you may want to use it for. Ms. Barr?
Okay, thank you so much. So students, I want you now to go back to your notebooks where you would have written this brainstorming chart, and I want you to write the 3 or 4 subjects that you would choose that should be mandatory for all students. So in main idea 1, I want you to put the first subject that you would have chosen. Main idea number 2, I want you to put the 2nd subject that you would have chosen. Main idea number 3 and number 4. I want you to put the 4 subjects that you chose should be mandatory for all students. I will give you 1 minute to fill in your brainstorming chart. I would also like you to know, I had the note at the beginning that you could actually include subjects that are not a part of the educational system right now, but that you think should actually be on the curriculum or the syllabus. That would be fine as well.
Okay, we have Star and Tarisha coming in with guns. Destiny as well.
Students, I am very, I'm holding back here. I can think of so many other subjects that you all should have come up with, but this is your essay. This is not my essay or Mr. Taylor's essay. This is your essay, okay? And these are, Mr. Taylor, because I'm like, oh, I can't believe they didn't think about this and different things, but we are going, this is your essay, your ideas that you are coming up with.
I'm interested to hear the reasons why. See, they're writing the subjects. They're writing the subjects, so it's you remember now you have to give your reasons why your essay asks you to elaborate fully. So even though you may think of it initially, you're starting to brainstorm web. So this is why we want to pay, so you can see how Sometimes you may think it's a great idea that you can develop, but you'll find that you have limited information to explain fully.
Good point.
We have quite a few others coming in. Justin, technical features, technical courses, any course. Remember, guys, this is why this paper is great. As long as you are answering the prompt and relevant to the prompt, it's all about your perspective and your personal opinion. So Justin, of course, technical courses would be added. You may have even more reasons than some of the others that have been mentioned. This is why brainstorming is important. And so, guys, I'd like you to participate, and that'd be great. We have coming from Kashad family in consumer science, PE, geography, and music. I noticed that I also got some questions about how many things you can add in your body paragraph. Remember, my suggestion to you was that body part of the essay is a minimum of 3 paragraphs. Notice I said minimum. Okay, that means if you want to do a 4th body paragraph, that's fine. But also remember, you have a word limit. And so when you tend to put in those extra paragraphs, you can run into running over your word limit. The problem with going over the word limit is either being redundant or repetitive or introducing information that may throw off your essay. So I'm saying this, if you want more than 3 body paragraphs, that's fine. Make sure that you state it within your thesis statement, and make sure when you develop it, it presents new information that you have not already said before. Okay, so everyone at this point should have their 3 courses chosen or their 4 classes and should be coming up with their reasons. Ms. Barr, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. Good. So if you would have chosen physical education, I want you to put it here. Because it's a brainstorming chart, you could put PE, okay? But remember, in your essay, I want you to be very formal and say physical education. If you chose religious knowledge, you may put RK here. But for the purpose of the essay, you are going to do what? You're going to write religious knowledge. Remember, a brainstorming chart is you jotting down your ideas. This is not your formal writing as yet. This is informal, your brainstorming chart. This is the 10 minutes you take before the exam to actually plan your essay. Now that we've filled in our main ideas for the essay, for the body of the essay, let's go on to getting some more ideas. Oh boy. So we'll go back to this chart right here, okay? Good. I don't know what happened to the other one, okay? So right here, you should have your topic. Here, you should have your main idea 1. Let me see if I can annotate for you. Okay. So you should have main idea number 1 here, main idea number 2 here, number 3, and number 4, okay? Good. They are our main points. All of this now is filled in. Now we're going to look at each point separately. Whatever that first subject is that you put there, I want you to tell me why you put that as a subject. Why would that be valuable or beneficial to the educational system? You're going to do that in these bubbles here. 1, 2, 3. And tell me right now, what do we call these 3 bubbles right here? I didn't tell you earlier, but what would it be called? Now we're expanding on our main point. When we expand on our main point, giving more ideas right here, 1, 2, and 3, what do we call, I'm going to use a heart here. What do we call these right here? 1, 2, 3. That comes from our main point.
Adam and Elisa has chimed in among Kira and Justin that it says supporting details.
Very good.
So now you're thinking about the parts of the paragraph, guys, because those main subjects that you chose, that would be your topic sentence. And so now you're going to come up with your supporting details as to why you may have chosen that particular subject for students to take.
Okay. So now we're going to come up with the supporting details. Right now, I want you to write the 3 bubbles. Remember, make it big enough so that you can include information in each one. This is informal, so don't worry about the appearance of your handwriting or anything. I want you now to expand those 4 main points which are supporting details. I want you to draw the bubbles right now. I'll give you 1 minute to do that.
And students, while you're drawing the bubble, remember last week when I showed you a brainstorm like this, sentences were not recommended because sentences tend to lock you in, and you tend to just repeat that very same sentence inside the essay. Now that may work for you, that's fine, but what I want you to practice is trying to come up with the idea. So for instance, we have history. We learn about our ancestors. When you write learn about our ancestors, it makes it a bit easier than when you try to define it. If you say that it can create national pride, when you go to write your essay, you can end up with 2 to 3 sentences from just that little point. So even though you have your ideas, it's not about creating sentences. What are the ideas around it? And try to use phrases and be as brief. It'll help you much easier.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. So his point there was that you should just be jotting down ideas. Okay, you are not to write the entire essay in this plan. Remember, you're only coming up with ideas to guide you as you write. Okay, now that you would have put in your supporting details bubbles, okay, now it's time to fill them in. So what are supporting details? Supporting details, I'm going to keep it simple. And I'm going to tell you, I use the term REF. Okay, I used the term REF, I think last week. Can anybody tell me what REF stands for? R-E-F. I gave you REF to refer to supporting details. What is REF? Send your answers in the chat, please.
You have reference as the response.
It's an acronym. R stands for, E stands for, and F stands for what?
You have crickets coming from the chat. They come like they forget.
Okay, no need to worry. I'm going to go down. Okay, let's clear this. Okay, and REF simply refer to reasons, examples, and facts. I like to keep it simple when it comes to supporting details, okay? I want you to simply give reasons, examples, and facts, okay? There they are. This one, I don't know what happened to the drawing here, okay? So for each bubble that you come up with, we'll stick to this one. I want you to give me a reason, an example, and a fact to go along with that subject. So, for example, okay, let's see. You have PE as a core subject. What is a reason? What is the main reason why you chose PE? Okay. Remember, you're only jotting down ideas. What are some examples of why it's beneficial?
I have some right in the chat. And what I'm going to do is I want to show how you can take the sentences and make it a little bit more better. Okay, Shallow send these ideas. PE, because it is important for our people to be healthy. It can possibly also reduce the problem on how obesity and diabetes is common in our society. And all of those are great ideas, but sometimes writing it like that forces you to be stuck. So watch what I took from hers. I put, it teaches a healthy lifestyle. So if we teach children how to be healthy from children, they become healthy adults, and we have new eating habits, okay? With us getting new eating habits, it would reduce obesity in the Bahamas. Then it would stop the spread of obesity diseases. And so the thing is that I've taken the sentences and I've now put them into about 4 points. And this is why I want to go. So we have encouraged physical health. Very good, Dimitri. So when we encourage physical health, what then happens? The children practice it. When the children get older, they practice it. They teach it to their children. So in about 20 years later, when the high schoolers today are the parents of tomorrow, would we have an obesity-ridden society? Or would we have a society that's healthier? This is how you look at the progression of your discussion, guys, and what you want to
Okay.
explain. Go ahead, Ms. Bob.
Okay. Remember, we're not going into the essay just yet. We're just coming up with ideas. This is just our plan. All of those things, or how to construct the sentences, all of those ideas. We're going to do that in the essay. Right now, we're just coming up with basic ideas, okay? As a guide for us to follow. So for PE, okay, a reason for that may be that it encourages a healthy lifestyle. The only thing I put there was healthy lifestyle. Remember, you only have 10 minutes to plan. I am going to explain that fully in my paragraph about physical education. Okay, what are some examples? Okay, you may talk about diet, you may talk about exercise. All of those are examples, or all of those are included in physical education. You're just jotting down your ideas here, grade 12, and facts. That's when I think somebody gave some facts about obesity, okay? Whereby observation, remember I tell you observation could be considered a fact. You may say 5 out of every 10 school-age children are obese. Or if you go into any classroom or whatever the case may be, you're just going to jot down these ideas. I don't want you to expand or elaborate yet. Remember, this is only the planning process. So the first one, you may have PE. I want you to come up with some reasons, examples, and facts. Just jot them down. I want you to come up also, remember you're working now. I want you with your pens and your notebooks now, and I want you filling in this brainstorm chart. Okay, so I'm gonna give you 2 to 3 minutes to do that. So you have PE. Okay, why should PE be mandatory? A good reason for that is, okay, it encourages a healthy lifestyle. So I'll write healthy lifestyle here. What are some examples of why this is important? Okay, they teach you about diet, it's exercise, all of that. Okay, now remember, when you put PE there, you're saying that we should have PE 4 times a week. I don't know how that sits with you, grade 12. You're saying that we should have this class 4 times a week for 1 hour. That's what you're telling me, because you're saying it should be a core subject. Okay? So I just wanted to make sure that, hey, whatever you put, the subjects that you put, make sure that you can support them fully. Okay?
Someone
And then I
said
want
what
you
they
to
would
put
love
some
to-
facts. Got
Can
it?
I just add? I want to add this tidbit. Someone said that they would love that. Students, again, let me show you about creativity. Does the PE class that you have for the 4 hours as a core subject, does it have to be set up like their PE class now? Do you always have to go on the field? Can you have a section where there's meal planning? Is there a section where we may talk about other types of training, not just sports? Or where we talk about actual physical fitness? So even if you want to go with that, you have to be creative, because that's a tough one to develop. And so I want to show you by mentioning that an original idea may sound good, but it may be difficult to present in essay format. That's what I just wanted to show with that particular example, Ms. Barr. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. And as you can see, Mr. Taylor has lots of great ideas as well when it comes to all of these subjects. Now we want to see if you can support them. These are subjects that you are choosing. So you have to make sure that you are coming up with an explanation that is valid or relevant to the topic, and that somebody can say, I can see where they're coming from. This is a very good option, or this is a very viable option to consider, okay? So I'm gonna let you fill in. I need you to fill in 1, 2, 3, 4. I want you to come up with supporting details. Remember, you're 3. If you have other supporting details that you want to include, that is fine. But remember, like Mr. Taylor said last week, you do not want to have 2 supporting details for PE and then come down here and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 for another subject. You want to make sure that all of your ideas, all of your points are what? Balance. Remember that. Keep that in mind as well. That's why I'm having you to do 4, because you're going to choose your strongest points to write about. So Mr. Taylor, we're going to wait 5 minutes now. And when you are finished with all 4 points, I want you to put done in the chat.
Someone asked when the essay is due. You'll get that date today. Remember, this is practicing, and so you're going to look out at the practice to build each one. So once we get to the plan phase, you'll definitely get an essay due date. But I definitely guarantee that it will definitely be, if not this week, it'll be due on Monday, which means you may have the weekend to do it.
Don't worry, we're walking you through each part of the essay. Each part I am going to walk you through.
And
So,
someone just mentioned that they said that they just got in. Veronica, just follow along. If you get, you can also look back at the chat. But if you get a notepad, you can copy it on the web that you see. We're brainstorming on that topic, and we're going to use that to create a plan and probably write an essay. And you're going to be doing that each of the sessions this week with the different types. Go ahead, Ms. Barr.
okay, I'm waiting for the students to fill in the brainstorming chart.
So let's go put in the other subjects and put in your points, guys. Let's see what you have. I want to hear some of them.
I want you to fill out all 4 parts. We're giving you some time to do that.
Ms. Barr, do you still have the screen that has the stars and the hearts on it?
The problem with that is that I have to clear the screen.
Oh, you replaced it. No, that's not a problem.
Okay.
So guys, you see when you're looking at the screen, you see where you have PE? You need to go to those other ones closest to the center circle and fill that in. Put in the other subjects. I see someone said geography. So that means you'd have to put geography where that star is right there. And so you put in your geography. Now, someone sent me it says that it teaches about the economy, teaches about oil, which is used for energy, petroleum oil used for powering homes. Now, remember, we don't want to give too much details, but if you put geography next to a gold star, you would then also write geography is good for economy. You just write economy where the hearts are. Arjuna, you can ask your question. Did you type in the chat?
Okay.
I noticed you had your hand raised. And so remember, you don't want to use sentences, you want to use points, guys. So.
Okay, we're just waiting for some time has gone away from us. So we're just waiting for you to say done in the chat, meaning that you would have filled out your, meaning that you would have your brainstorming chart filled out. For those who are just joining us, you would need your notebook and pencil or pen. These are actually writing sessions. And the topic, once again, is English language, mathematics, and science have always been core subjects in the educational system. What are 3 other subjects that you think should be mandatory for all students? Elaborate fully. Remember, you can look at option subjects, or you can come up with completely new subjects of your own. I am so anxious to share some ideas with you, but I cannot because this is your essay.
Okay. So students, remember, if you're a student, if you're learning something, why do you think you should be learning it? How do you think it's going to help you? That it should help you be able to pull the ideas. The next thing is that remember the different reasons why you chose these different subjects. You learn language for speaking and communication. You learn math for numbers and measuring and understanding things in the world. You learn family and consumer science to deal with your daily life. You learn business to learn about how money and the different aspects of business operate. So for the topics that you've chosen, why should you study this? And remember, again, we want to go with points, okay? And you don't want to put in too many sentences or too much wording. I see some excellent ideas here. I think one of the challenges is that you guys are more concerned with how you're saying it. I think you should be more focused on what you're saying at this point. And that's when Ms. Barr is pointing out with the brainstorm and walking you through these steps. So
yes. We just jotting down ideas.
What I'll do, Ms. Barr, is Can I do an example verbally of Spanish, please, before we go?
No, Mr. Taylor.
No? Okay, no problem. We can make them sweat. So that means they have
Yes,
homework
Mr.
tonight.
Taylor.
To brainstorm.
Yes, we are anxious to help and all of that, but I really want to challenge them, okay? So in the interest of time, we're going to look at the introduction tomorrow, but tonight I want you to do me a body paragraph. If you chose PE, tell me why PE should be a mandatory subject. I need a good, valid reason. I need examples. I need facts. And this is what I usually tell students. All of these supporting details make them points. These sentences or these points shouldn't run together. Okay, that's where the run-on ideas come in. Okay, even though they are based, or these supporting details are based on that topic sentence, connect your reasons and examples and facts using transitional words and phrases. Also, after you give your reasons, say also, then give me your examples. Then say additionally, give me your facts. And then you have your concluding sentence. So very quickly before we end today, I'm going to have to clear the screen. Okay, before we end today, I am just going to remind you how your paragraph should look. Okay, we're going to skip that introduction. We'll do the introduction tomorrow. So this is what I want you to do with one. I'm not going to stress you out. Just do one of your paragraphs for tomorrow. And we want to see those paragraphs. Okay, we want it to come together in an essay format. Remember, you need a topic sentence, you need supporting details, and you need a concluding sentence. By all means, you do not have to limit your supporting details to just 3. You may have 4 or 5, but make sure that all of your paragraphs are balanced. Okay, so in the interest of time, your homework is to come up with one body paragraph for me. And tomorrow we're going to do our introductions. I don't know if this Zoom can do breakout sessions whereby Mr. Taylor can take the introduction, I can take the conclusion. I'll continue to play around with it because your ideas, your paragraphs, I'm going to use 3 of you with your body paragraphs. Tomorrow we're going to come up with an introduction and a conclusion. And we're going to put this expository essay together. I am so excited, okay? So we have more things to cover, but I'll stop right there for today. If you have any questions, please ask them now. Remember, tonight you are going to write one body paragraph, okay? One of these, which is supporting details, and your concluding sentence on one of the subjects. Whether you chose PE, whether you chose consumer science, I wrote down some of your ideas. Some of you said history. Okay, it should be mandatory. Now you're going to justify your answer. Now you're going to tell me why. The prompt said to elaborate fully. So there should be no doubt in my mind when you're done that, hey, that should be a viable solution. In fact, when you're done, I should be able to say, wow, these students are so smart. This essay and these ideas are so excellent. I'm going to mail this to the Ministry of Education. We're going to send our ideas to the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd. So everybody knows their task for tomorrow. I really need you to do it. The body paragraphs, and then we're going to look at an introduction. We're going to do an introduction together. We're going to do a conclusion. We're going to put our essay together, and we're going to see how it turns out. Okay? Mr. Taylor, do you have anything to add before we end this session today?
No, I just want to remind the students, remember, use today to finish off your brainstorm to help you especially, but also write the body paragraph because it will show you what you need to focus on for constructing. Ms. Barr is walking you through at a very good pace, and so therefore it is very useful that you participate, okay? And so remember, you have to write your body paragraph for why that topic should be made mandatory. That's for those that may have joined. Also, you can use the Q&A to type in questions at this point until the chat feature is made available again. But very good presentation, Ms. Bard. Students, I hope you are taking note on how to get it done.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. Grade 12, I would really like to commend you for your participation in today's lesson. Please know that it's beneficial to the learning process and so that these lessons can be of value to you. So I ask that you write out your paragraphs. And so remember, tonight you have some homework to write your paragraph, and tomorrow we will look at constructing the introduction and the conclusion. Until then, I want you to have a wonderful day and all the best. Thank you.
All right, so let's get started. Last week, we looked at graphs of linear functions. And so this week, we're going to move on into looking at quadratic functions. And so by the end of this lesson, here's what we would have accomplished. We are going to identify properties of quadratic equations. We're going to construct and complete a table of values for parabolas. We're going to draw and interpret the graph of a quadratic equation. And then we're also going to identify, draw, and write the equation for the line of symmetry for the parabola. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. First off, let's talk about a quadratic function versus a quadratic equation, right? Let me see if I can get my highlighting thing going on. My spotlight. All right, so what I want you to take note of, a quadratic function will look like f of x equals ax squared plus bx plus c, or we could also have y equals ax squared plus bx plus c, whereas my quadratic equation is just going to say ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, or it could be like 6 or 7, any number. And we know that a, b, and c are real numbers, and a is not 0. And so what this means specifically, if I were to go back to the linear equations, the difference between a linear function and a quadratic function is going to be this x squared term. So I've essentially added in an x squared term to create what we know as a quadratic function. All right, let's move on. And so we need to identify some specific properties about a quadratic function. And if I were to graph my quadratic function, here's what it would look like. So here's some things that you need to know about the quadratic function. First thing is this: when I graph a quadratic function, I'm going to graph a curve. I'm no longer doing or dealing with linear functions, and so my graph itself is going to be a curve. And this curve is known as a parabola. I'm going to get a curve, right? And let me say this now, and I'm going to repeat it later. When I'm drawing this curve, I never use a ruler. I'm always going to draw my curves freehand. And so you do have to become pretty skilled at drawing your curves without a ruler. Let's move on to another thing about the quadratic function that we need to know. Every parabola is symmetrical about a line that's called the line of symmetry. You might also see it referred to as axis of symmetry. And so we're going to spend time, and that's what, put my highlighter on, my spotlight, that's what this line right here is. That's my axis of symmetry. We're going to spend time looking at how to identify that line or axis of symmetry. And another point you need to know is that when the line of symmetry, this line here, and my parabola intersect, they intersect at the point that's called the vertex. And my line of symmetry is always going to go through my vertex points. All right, so let's talk about minimum and maximum points of the quadratic function. And let's go back to English class and let's define these words first of all. When I'm talking about a minimum, specifically a minimum point, I know that's going to be, well, minimum means lowest or smallest. And so in this case, my minimum point is going to be my lowest point on the graph. And maximum, we know maximum to be the highest point. So the maximum point is going to be the highest point on my graph once I've drawn it. And there are a number of ways to determine my maximum and minimum points. But before we get into determining those points, we need to be able to talk about this, the quadratic function, and identify its leading coefficient, because the leading coefficient is going to be very key and very helpful in helping me to identify whether my function has a maximum point or if it has a minimum point. And so what the leading coefficient is, if I have the function written in the form ax squared plus bx plus c, then the leading coefficient is a. It's really that coefficient of the x squared term, that value of that number just attached to the x squared term. Okay, so let's look at determining a few. I am going to display a function. Well, no, it's going to be a quadratic expression. I'm going to display an expression, and I want you to tell me what is the leading coefficient in the Q&A section. So here's my first quadratic expression. X squared plus 4x minus 1. The leading coefficient is the coefficient of my x squared term. And so in this case, please go ahead and write in the chat and tell me what is the coefficient of this x squared term. Well, not the chat, the Q&A. So I want to try to increase participation. I have 11 responses, but I know that there are about 90 persons in the group. So I'm asking, you know, as we go along, I want as many persons as possible to participate in this session. To find the Q&A button, it should be either to the bottom of your screen or at the top, you'll see something that says Q&A. Right, and so we know that we're identifying the coefficient of x. So that's x squared, sorry. And so that's the number right before x squared. Well, in this question, I have x squared plus 4x minus 1. I don't see a coefficient, but if I just my basics about algebra, I know that when there is no coefficient written just in front of that term, that the coefficient is 1. And so in this case, my leading coefficient, A, was equal to 1. All right, so let's do another one. Let's do question 2. What happens when I have negative x squared plus 6x plus 5? In this case, what is my leading coefficient? So I have about 7 answers in the Q&A, and then some responses in the chat as well. In this case, yes, the coefficient was -1. Because of that negative sign, it made the coefficient -1. Let's look at, okay, so my Q&A is cleared. Once you post an answer, please leave it there so that I get a chance to see it. Let's look at a third question. 3x squared minus 2x minus 3. What in this case is my leading coefficient? Okay, awesome. And you guys are right. In this case, it's definitely a lot easier to see. A is 3. And here's the last one. Negative 2x squared plus 6x minus 12. So I got a good bit of responses, but we're going to move on. In this case, it was -2. And it would have been good to see what happens if my terms have been switched around. Let me see if I can type something like that. So let's say I have negative 6x plus 3x. I'm not sure how to do the power. And this right here, what I type, this to the power of 2, that means to the power of 2, minus 18. If I have my, well, let me change this term to 3. Negative 3. So I have this expression, negative 6x, take away 3x squared minus 18. And I'm asking you again to tell me, please, what is the leading coefficient? And keep in mind what the rule says. The rule says that it's the coefficient of the x squared term. I did change the question. So check it, look at it again, and go ahead and type your responses. Let's identify for this specific question, what is the leading coefficient? And again, I am specifically looking at the coefficient of the x squared term. And so in this case, a is in fact equal to negative 3. And I saw a good number of persons put that into the Q&A section. And so this is important to know because we have to be able to identify whether or not my leading coefficient is a negative value or a positive value, because that's going to help me when I'm trying to determine if I will have a maximum point or a minimum value. So we're going to move on. So we're going to clear out what's in the Q&A is going to be cleared out. But let's move on. So let's see what happens when the leading coefficient is positive. And so in the previous question, I know I had a was equal to 1, a was equal to 2. Whenever my a value is positive, here's what my graph itself is going to look like. And I have a picture at the bottom. Whenever my a value is a positive term, here's what my graph is going to look like. And I am able to identify a few things very quickly about this graph. I know that my parabola will face upward, or it's going to open upwards. And then I also know that my vertex is going to be a minimum, which means that in my graph, I'm going to have an absolute minimum or an absolute lowest point somewhere along that parabola. And those are just 2 points that I can easily pick up. I'm going to pause for a few seconds in case you need to jot down anything from this slide, because this is a very crucial bit of information that I'm giving you. But also keep in mind that my slides, my information will be made available after this lesson. So yes, this is some core math that we're doing today. Quadratic functions can come. So every year on the BGCSE, you typically have a function to graph. Some years you have linear functions and some years you have quadratic functions. And so we're going to look at handling quadratic functions today in the event that they do come. Now when my a value is negative, let's look at what happens. My graph or my parabola itself is going to face downwards. And it's going to look something like this. Then my vertex is going to be a maximum, which simply means that there's going to be some point along my graph or my parabola that's the absolute highest point on that function or on that graph. So to recap that, right? When the sign of the first term is negative, my parabola is going to face downward. And this is going to be helpful for you to troubleshoot just to make sure you're doing it properly and to know what your graph should look like when you draw it. When the first term is positive, the parabola will face upward. So I'm pausing for you to take whatever information you need from this slide. And again, just to confirm or go over what I said, the leading coefficient is going to be the value that's in front of the variable with the highest power. And so in this case, since I'm talking about x squared terms, my leading coefficient is going to be the value just attached to the x squared term. And we're going to look at identifying these from a table of values as well as from the actual graph. But here's what you need to know. If the first term, if it's written in this form, of course, ax squared plus bx plus c, if the very first term is negative, your parabola is going to face downwards. If my very first term is positive, the parabola is going to face upwards. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at completing a table of values for a function. So I have given the example y equals negative 2x squared plus 1. Complete the table below. And I always tell my students, when it comes to dealing with quadratic functions, yeah, I know you're going to put it in the calculator, but what I want to see in your working is brackets, especially when we're dealing with these squares and the negatives. It could get extremely nasty if you don't do it properly. And so the safest thing for you to do when you're completing your table of values is going to be to use brackets. And so I'm going to start with the first value when x is negative 2. So y equals negative 2, open brackets, and I'm substituting now this value from the table into my function, my quadratic function. So negative 2 to the power of 2 plus 1. Now I'm going to deal with this negative 2 squared. And I'm going to put that in my calculator just in case I'm not sure. And when I put it into my calculator, I'm going to make sure that I put open brackets, negative 2, close brackets squared. And that's going to give me the most accurate answer. Because if I don't put the brackets, my calculator might choose to calculate it incorrectly. Well, not incorrectly. My calculator is going to interpret that as something else. So I'm going to put that into my calculator, negative 2, then when I get times negative 2 squared, which is 4, plus 1. And please notice that negative 2 squared, or negative 2 all squared, is going to be positive 4. All right? And that's going to be negative 8 plus 1. Which works out to be negative 7. So I'll put that on my table, negative 7. Repeat the same process for the next term. Y equals negative 2, open brackets, negative 1 to the power of 2 plus 1. And again, I'm going to be very careful when I substitute this into when I write this into my calculator. Negative 1 squared means negative 1 times negative 1, which would give me positive 1. Positive 1 plus 1 is going to be negative 2 plus 1. In this case, my y value is negative 1. Repeat the same process to complete my table. Y equals negative 2, open brackets, 0 squared plus 1. Y equals negative 2, well, 0 squared is just 0, plus 1. Y equals 0 plus 1. Y equals 1. And I'm pausing to give you time to take this down. I'm just going to quickly, I see there was a question in the Q&A, but I missed it. Hopefully I did respond to your question. And I am going to complete this table for you, but there are going to be, I think there are 2 or 3, at most 3 tables to follow that you're going to work through on your own, and we're going to look at the solutions together. So the fourth value, y equals -2, open brackets, 1 squared plus 1. And, you know, if this is a little bit confusing, just think about this as the squared term, because it would really be, if I was writing this on the board, it would just be a 1 squared, and right here would just have the square term. I just want to make sure that's clear as to where, you know, where that comes from. All right, -2, sorry, times, and then 1 squared is again 1. Plus 1. This gives me -2 plus 1, which is going to be -1. And then right now you should be working on that last value. And now you should be working on that last value, and I'm going to finish it up. And once we're done, we're going to talk about what information we know about this table, what we know in terms of identifying a maximum or a minimum point. Maybe I'm having technical difficulties. Okay, do me a favor before I proceed. Can you see my screen? Can you see what I'm working on and what I'm typing? If you can, just please type yes in the Q&A for me, please. So right now, if you can see me typing this last function, let me know, please. Because I see some persons are saying that my screen froze. All right, so some persons can see it. Oh, my voice froze. Okay. I don't know, maybe it was a technical difficulty with my internet, but we back in business. All right, so I'm going to finish up this last term, and I'm happy to see that some persons already posted the answer in the Q&A section. So this becomes -2 times 4 plus 1. And then I'm going to get -8 plus 1, and finally -7. So I'm going to put that onto my table. I noticed that someone said that quadratic equations are like a pattern. Oftentimes you're going to see the y values repeated. And so I guess in that case, you can consider it to be similar to a pattern, but you still have to make sure that you're following your steps, that you're substituting properly, because, you know, if we're not applying the basic rules of substitution, we can get something that looks really funky. And so my best advice to you when you're substituting, and I always tell my students to do it, is to use, let me use my spotlight, use your brackets, especially when we're dealing with these negative terms. It might be like maybe 5 seconds of extra writing, but it will benefit you in the long run. So please make sure that you are using your brackets, all right? Now I'm going to clear this, and we're going to move on to the next slide, because in the next slide, I want to talk more about identifying maximum or minimum values. So I'm going to clear everything. I assume that everyone has this. Clear all my drawings, and I'm going to move to the next slide. All right, so I already have my table completed in this slide, but let's talk about what we know or what we can easily identify. Well, what is the leading coefficient or the coefficient attached to my x squared terms. In this case, a is 2, and it's negative. And I know that when a is negative, my graph is going to face downward. It faces downwards. I also know that that means that I'm going to have a maximum point, which means I'm going to have an absolute highest point on my graph when I graph it. Sometimes I can identify where my maximum is just by looking at my table of values. Sometimes I might not be able to, but in this case, I can. So what I'm going to do, I always look at my y values. Since I have a maximum, I'm going to have an absolute highest y value, and I'm going to identify where that is. Well, I have -7, -1, +1, -1, -7. So if I identify, which one is my absolute highest y value, in this case it's 1, I know that tells me that at this point here, 0, 1, that's going to be my maximum value. So my maximum is going to exist at 0, 1. And that information I just pulled from my table. I looked at my y values to see which was the largest y value. And in this case, I can easily tell that it was 1. So I knew that that was my maximum at this point here, 0, 1. Okay, take down what you need to get down. We are going to move on. Let me clear everything. I'll give you another few seconds just to get that, because in the next question, I'll start it, but you are going to complete this table on your own. Okay, clear all my drawings. Let's move on. All right, so we have another quadratic function. Given y equals x squared plus x minus 6, complete the table below. And let's talk about how I know that this is a quadratic. The minute I see an x squared term added to my function, I know that it's quadratic. So I don't just have x, I have an x squared term. I'm going to consider that a quadratic. Mind you, you're going to have questions as you go higher into deeper levels of math that have x cubed and x to the 4th. Those won't be considered quadratics. They have other special names. But when my largest power is a squared term, then I know I'm dealing with a quadratic. So let's look at working through this question. And again, I am only going to do the first one. I'm going to start it, then I'll pause and give you time to complete the table. Y equals, and again, I'm using my brackets. That takes me less than 5 seconds to write, but that's going to save me a lot in the end. Plus, and again, it doesn't hurt to use your bracket at this step. Take away 6. And I can go ahead and start to simplify this. So -4 times -4 is going to give me 16. And then I'm looking at this. Let me use my spotlight. I'm looking at this positive and negative, these two signs in the middle. I know that when I combine them, that's just going to be a negative or take away. So 16 take away 4, take away 6. So this is as simple as I'm going to get it. And then I finish off just by, and I could easily put this part into the calculator. 16 take away 4, take away 6. My answer is going to be 6. So for this value here, when x is -4, y is 6. All right. Let me see. Go ahead for me now and work out the next 3 values. Well, no, complete the table. Once you're done, you can post your answers. Like once you find a coordinate, you could go ahead and post a set of coordinates. So like this one is -4, 6. Once you're done with -3, you could post it in the Q&A to let us know what you got. So I don't want you to tell me 0 is the second one. I don't want you to just say 0. I want you to write it as a coordinate. Thank you, Moesha. And I know that some persons, you might choose to just substitute this into, just write it up in your calculator and not go through all of the steps. That's okay, but I just want to say to make sure you're typing in everything properly and correctly. So you have a few minutes to complete this table. And then we're gonna look at the completed table together. And make sure when we write our coordinates, we always put brackets around them. I see some persons have now moved on to the third value from my table. All right, awesome. I'm starting to see some good responses in the Q&A section. So I'm just gonna give you another I'm going to give you another second. Let me clear what's on my screen because I will be switching to another slide. All right, here are what my values look like. You may, because we're going to move on, you might need to write these down and check it later. If you didn't get one of these values, please check your working, because I think I saw someone said, I don't remember what it was, but make sure you're doing your working correctly. This is what your table of values should look like. All right. Now remember, these slides will be made available as soon as this lesson is over. Let me check. Maybe I made a mistake. Oh, what happened? Someone had, here's what the error that I saw. Someone had -2, -8. Or +8, -2, +8 right here. And again, I'm going to maintain that if you're working it out, if you're putting this straight into your calculator, put those brackets in there. This is going to save you in the end, because what's going to happen when you start to get wrong points and you start to plot it, you're not going to see a curve, okay? So let's move on. Again, these slides will be made available. I'm going to skip through a good bit to get to a question where we're asked to graph a quadratic function. These slides will be made available later, and so if you want to work through these questions, you have access to them, okay? And then you also have a question where you're going to choose your own values. Now let's look at drawing a graph, right? The steps to drawing a graph. To draw a quadratic equation or quadratic function, the steps proceed as follows. The first thing you're going to do is make a table of values or complete them, because usually some questions probably just ask you to find 2 values and then they gave you the rest. But in some cases, you're going to have to create and complete your own table. We're going to, and I'm just going to focus in on the first part of this step. We're going to plot the points. So the points that I found in my table of values, I'm going to plot those. Then I'm going to connect with a smooth curve to draw a parabola. And notice what I have in blue. And I am going to say this for the second time in my PowerPoint. Do not use a ruler. And I'm stressing this because a lot of students, when they get into that BGCSE, they connect in these points with a ruler and they no longer form curves. I know that it might be awkward to draw a curve or it might not feel right, but you are under no circumstance to draw your curve using a ruler, okay? Next, I'm going to determine and draw the line of symmetry where necessary, because some questions ask you to find the line of symmetry. Okay, 4 steps. I'll leave it up for a little while so that you can write it. But remember, this PowerPoint will be made available as soon as my lesson is done. Okay, so here's the question I'm looking at. The question says to me, for example, draw the graph of the quadratic equation or function y equals negative x squared plus 4x plus 12 for the values of x from -2 to 5. And you would complete this table. We're not going to do it because on the next slide I actually have that completed for us, but let's talk about what I do know. And I'm going to look at my leading coefficient. In this case, let me write that out. In this case, A is equal to -1. And since it's negative, let's talk about what I do know. I know that my graph, my parabola, once I graph it, is going to face downward. And then I also know that there's going to be a maximum value or some highest point on my graph. Once I graph it, I should be able to clearly identify it, or maybe from the table, depending on if the values give it to me. So let's move on. I have my table of values that I've worked out. And again, I'm going to look at my y values. Because I have a maximum in this graph, I'm looking for the highest or the largest y value. In this case, y is 16, it's my largest value. And so it would be 2. Now let me say this. If I were dealing with a question that had a minimum, I would be looking for the lowest value. And if I had a question where I didn't see it from the table, like let's say the 16 wasn't here and all I saw was these 2 15s, I couldn't right away tell from the table. I would have to use another method. Okay, but like someone said, typically you will get a pattern when we look at our table of values. That doesn't mean that you don't have to work it out step by step. That doesn't mean that you don't have to work it out step by step. And we're going to talk about our graph, the specific graph paper when you're drawing your values in the next slide. Because you might say to me, well, Ms. Newbold, my graph only goes from -11 to +11. There's no way I can fit 16 on it. Or these values don't, that doesn't work. I didn't test this specific one on the BGCSE graph paper, but I'll show you though what you need to do. And I just drew it. I have it graphed already. Let's look at what my graph looks like and what I want you to keep in mind. Let's look at my x values. The smallest x value I really need is 0. So I don't need -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, on and on and on. So I'm not going to put all of those. What I really need my graph to do is to go up to 16. And so instead of putting my axes in the middle of the page, I opted to move it down. So I moved my x-axis down to give me more space on top for my y values. And so that's important to keep in mind that sometimes we don't always use the x and y axes smack dab in the middle of the page. Sometimes you're going to have to play around with it to find the appropriate spot. Notice what I did. I graphed my points. I plot my points. So I have -2, 0, -1, 7, 0, 12, 1, 15, 2, 16, 3, 15, 4, 12, 5, 17. And I want to talk for a minute about the axis of symmetry, of the line of symmetry. I had a student say to me, well, Ms. Newbold, this graph isn't symmetrical just by looking at it. Because right here stops, and this half of the graph stops and then this half continues. That's not necessarily what we're looking for. We know that this graph is going to continue on to infinity and we've only drawn a portion of it. But when we're identifying the axis of symmetry, here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that maximum or minimum value. In this case, I have a maximum. Once I've identified my maximum value, my line is going to go through that point. So in this case, my maximum value was the point 216. And so my line of symmetry is going to be a vertical line that goes through, that goes through that point. Okay, so I'm going to give you a question. We're going to start it, but you're going to finish this tonight. You're going to finish this tonight. Okay. And so, yes, to answer someone's question, if we have to do these drawings freehand, yeah, we are using a ruler. We're going to do the best we can to draw a freehand curve. So I have this table. My question says, draw the graph of the quadratic equation y equals x squared minus 2x minus 3 for the values of -3 to 5. All right, that's the question you're working on tonight. You're going to complete the table, and if you have the graph paper, you're going to graph it. When we come together, and you have 2 days actually, because today is Monday, we don't have math. You don't have math again until Wednesday. When we come back together Wednesday morning, we're going to finish this question. And so this is going to bring up or recall your prior knowledge on what you would have learned. If you can't get through the full question of graphing it, we're going to look at it tomorrow. And again, just to touch on what we will be covering, we are going to be covering core specific topics. And for those extended students in the group, I don't want you to think, oh, well, I'm doing extended, so I don't need to do it. This is important for everyone because every single student that takes the BGCSE for math will have to sit the core papers, papers 1 and 2, which means you have to do an extremely good job on your core for your extended paper to even be considered. And so there's a lot of value in going over these core topics. So I am so happy that you are with us, and I'm going to encourage you to keep coming back to the sessions to ensure that your core topic, your core topics are strong. Good morning, Byron Smith. This is my student, y'all. Please keep in mind that as soon as this lesson is done, the PowerPoint will be available for everyone to see. So just go back to the Virtual Schools website, and where you would have clicked join, I think you clicked join class, where you would have clicked join class, somewhere in that area, you're going to see the recorded lesson. So this lesson will be made available to you along with the PowerPoint. So just go back to the website and you will have a copy of this PowerPoint available to you. But this screen is most important. That's why I'm leaving it up for the duration of this lesson, which we just have another minute or so. This is your assignment. You're going to complete the table and draw the graph, and that's where we're going to start next lesson, okay? Again, it was so good to have all of you with me, as well as my panelists. Thank you so much for coming, and I will see you on Wednesday. So yes, your values are going to go from -3 to, it does say -3 to 5, but I don't necessarily need all of those values. I just use some. But when I'm graphing my axes, I'm going to make sure that I have at least -3 to 5 there. Okay, so Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you all or speak to you all on Wednesday. Anonymous attendee, I'm not sure if it will go through, but what I want you to do is complete the assignment so that we can work on it together, all right?
This is Mrs. Tavalia Evans with a simple bookkeeping and accounting nugget. Do you know what the terms debit and credit mean? In bookkeeping, the term debit means to record a business transaction on the left-hand side of an account. The term credit means to record a business transaction on the right-hand side of an account. Consider this example. Bought office furniture, paying with cash, $800. There are two accounts, office furniture and cash. Both accounts are asset accounts. An asset account would increase on the debit side and decrease on the credit side. In summary, this means we will record the transaction on the left-hand side of an office furniture account, showing we bought the office furniture, paying by cash. Then we will record the other part of the transaction on the right-hand side of the account to show we purchased the office furniture. Here are the two accounts, office furniture and cash. In office furniture, we said that we would debit or to write on the left-hand side of the account. We wrote the date, the description, cash, and the amount of $800. Then, to complete the double entry, we would write in the cash account on the right-hand side or to credit. We wrote the date, office furniture, and the amount, $800. It's as simple as that.
All right, good morning again. So in our last session, this is where we would have stopped. And I know I asked you to work on this question over the last 2 days. And so let's jump right into it. We start by completing the table, of course, which means we substituted each x value into the function itself to find a matching y value. So now that we know all of our coordinates or a sufficient number of the coordinates, we're going to go ahead and plot these points. So I have my graph that's been drawn up, and I'm going to plot the points that I have. My very first point is -2. Let's change this to blue. My very first point is -2, 5. So when x is -2 and y is 5, that's this point here. My next point when x is -1 and y is 0. X is -1, y is 0. When x is 0, y is -3. When x is 1, y is -4. When x is 2, y is -3. And again, last point, when x is 3, y is 0. That's this point here. Now looking at this, I can easily see, or I can definitely see where I can just go ahead and draw a smooth curve. And that's what I want to see. Let's take, for example, I maybe plotted the wrong point. Let's say I did -2, -5. This is where your troubleshooting has to come into play. You have to be able to look at your graph before you connect the points or join the points and make sure that they're all where they should be. And so if I was looking at this graph, you know, I could easily see, let me change to the spotlight. I could easily see how I can connect these points here to form a smooth curve. But it's obvious that right here, that point doesn't fit on my curve. And so at this point, before I even try to connect these, I would check to see what went wrong there. But I'm going to clear that. I'll erase it. All right, so these points are good. We're going to take these points and let's look at what happens now when I've connected all of my dots, so all of my points on the coordinate plane. So I did, because I used the computer software, my graph went a little bit over. I know that this, if you would have drawn it, you wouldn't have this part of your graph, but this is what our function should look like. You should have these points out here, definitely. And then you would have labeled it as well. All right, let's move on to the next section. We can look at interpreting a graph. When we interpret a graph, there are a few things that you need to consider, or a few things that we can tell just by looking at the graph. We can easily tell if it has a maximum or minimum point and what that point is. We can also determine the X and Y intercepts if there are any. We can also estimate the value of Y given the X value. We can determine the line of symmetry. So what we're going to do, we're going to look at a question that requires me to do all of these things. All right, so I have this graph that's been drawn. Y equals X squared plus X minus 2. And let's just look at it. I can tell that because it's a positive graph, it faces upward, and that makes sense, which means that I do have a minimum point down here. And let me identify where my minimum point is. And that doesn't lie exactly on a specific point, so I know that I'm going to have to estimate where that is. But we could look at it. We know that the X value is definitely between -1 and 0, so that's gonna be -0.5. And then it's somewhere after -2 on my Y-axis. Let's see what we have. The question that we're gonna look at says, for example, from the graph shown, determine the following, the minimum point. Well, in this case, we estimated it to be -0.5, -2.1. Now we're going to look at our x-intercepts. Where does my graph cross the x-axis? Well, I have two places. It crosses the x-axis at -2, 0, and then 1, 0. Next, the y-intercept. So where does it pass across the y-axis? That's going to be right here at the point 0, -2. Now they asked me for the line of symmetry. What I want to make clear to you is that your line of symmetry always goes through your minimum value, or if we had a maximum point, it would go through the maximum point. And so in this case here, my line of symmetry is going to go through this point. So I'm going to draw this line for you to see it. That's my line of symmetry. And even though my graph does not continue over here on the left-hand side, this line of symmetry is still going to remain the same, a line that cuts your parabola exactly into half. And this line of symmetry always goes to either your minimum point or your maximum point. And so in this case, we had a minimum point, so my line of symmetry went to that point. I'm always going to be sure to identify this line of symmetry and label it. And so I'm going to put in the name right here. X equals negative 0.5. And then lastly, they asked me to find the value of y when x equals negative 1. Well, I'm going to identify negative 1 on my graph. Well, when x is negative 1, I'm trying to identify where there's a point on my graph where x equals negative 1. If I were to go up here, there's nothing on my graph, so that doesn't help. But if I go down, I do see that there's a point right here. So when x is negative 1, I need to identify what the matching y value is. And in this case, when x is negative 1, y is negative 2. And I think that should be clear all drawings. That should be the end of this PowerPoint. So what we're going to do now, let's go on to the lesson for today. All right, so we're looking at quadratic graphs, BGCSE past questions. So here are the objectives for today's lesson. By the end of this lesson, students will be able to solve BGCSE past paper questions involving graphs of quadratic functions. This is important, and I don't know if we went through it or we discussed it under linear functions, but for each of the following, we're going to answer the entire question on graph paper. You have to make sure that you're answering your questions completely on the graph paper provided. So let's get a quick overview of our first question. A says, copy and complete the following table for the graph of y equals x squared minus 4x. And then they give us the table, but we do see that 2 values are missing. Then they say, using a scale of 1 centimeter to 1 unit for both axes. I changed this scale, so in the next question, we'll see what it says. But let's go to C. C says, on the same axis, draw the graph of y equals 4 minus x. And then D, write down the points of intersection of y equals x squared minus 4x and y equals 4 minus x. And then E, draw and write down the equation of the line of symmetry of y equals x squared minus 4x. And so this is what a typical BGCSE question on quadratic graphs can look like. And usually on the BGCSE, you either get a linear function or quadratic function. And so let's get into answering this question. The very first thing you're going to do is copy and complete the following graph. And so I'm going to pause and give you the opportunity to find the missing coordinates or the missing y values. So right now you're working out what y is when x is negative 1 and what y is when x is 3. Once you're done, I want you to post the coordinates in the Q&A section. I want you to post them as coordinates. I don't want you to just, and while you work, make sure you remember to use your brackets, especially for that negative term or the negative value of x. So it happens when y equals negative 1 squared minus 4 times negative 1. And I'm noticing, just looking at the just looking at the responses, I want to take the time out to go over this question and address it. All right, so y equals, well, -1 squared means -1 times -1, so that's going to be +1. And then if I look at the second part of the function, this is telling me -4 times -1, which is going to be +4. So +4. And in this case, y equals 5. So check your working, because I saw some different responses in the Q&A section. I'm going to encourage you to check the working that you did and correct your mistakes. Next, I have y equals, open brackets, 3 squared. And remember, this function, this right here means to the power of 2. And I'm only doing that because I can't necessarily put in the squared on my computer. So take away 4 times 3. Y equals, well, 3 squared is 3 times 3, which is 9. Take away 4, or -4 times a +3 would be a -12. So y, I'm going to leave it as take away 12. Y equals -3. And so here's what my table should look like. And so this -1 term came just from the table, right? All I did was I substituted -1 into the function, the quadratic function that I was assigned. Same thing with the 3. And this is how I would have worked it out. All right, so I'm going to clear. Let me leave it up for another second for those persons that didn't get it, so you can make your corrections. And one thing I want you to keep in mind, usually on the BGCSE, they're going to give you most of the values, and they're only going to ask you to find some of them. But what I see students sometimes do, they go ahead and still find all the values. Like, even though x is -12 and they tell you y, x is -2 and they tell you that y is 12, some students will still substitute -2. Some students are still going to substitute this -2 into the function just to find out that it's 12. No, your assignment, your job, your duty is to only find those missing values, especially considering the time limits that you have in a national exam. Or even in a class assignment or homework assignment, you only have so much time to complete it. All right, so clear my drawings, let's move on. And here's what I was saying, I did change the x values just so that we can fit and get everything to fit on the screen. So it says, using a scale of 1 cm to 1 unit on both axes for -4 for x values between -4 and 7, and then x values between -4 and 13, draw the graph of y equals x squared minus 4x. So let's take our time. I have my table here with everything that's been completed. Let's take our time and go ahead and plot points. Go ahead and plot my points. And as we go, I'm intentionally going to draw a point off. Well, I'll do that at the end, just so we can see and identify a mistake. So let's start with the first one. When x is -2, y is 12. That's my first point. When x is -1, y is 5. When x is 0, y is 0. When x is -3, sorry, when x is 1, y is -3. When x is 2, y is negative 4. When x is 3, y is negative 3. When x is 4, y is 0. When x is 5, y is 5. And when x is 6, y is 12. And to, again, reiterate what someone said in the last class, sometimes when you look at your table of values, especially your y values, it does look like a pattern because oftentimes we're going to reuse the same y values. And so this is what my quadratic function, it's starting to look like. You know, I've plotted my points. But let's just say for some reason, I'm going to erase this point here. I'm going to erase that. I'm going to do in another color. That was the point negative 1, 5. Let's say for some, I don't know what happened, negative 1, 5. Let's say I plot that. Well, let's say I put it here. No, I don't want to put it there. Let's say I put it here. I don't know what was going on. Your job is always to look before you actually graph the function and ask yourself, does this make sense? Are all of my points where they're supposed to be? And you are to, off the top, Dimitri, I see your comment. I'm going to respond to that right away. Your job is to, before you even connect these points, you're going to make sure that every point is where they're supposed to, which means just look at it and tell that this is in the wrong place, right? So I'm going to erase that, and I'm going to put my point where it should be. All right, so that point was negative 1, 5. All right, negative 1, 5. Right there. And so these are my points. Now, I had a question in the Q&A that I want to address. Someone asked, won't people just easily guess the answer by labeling the already labeled numbers? So I'm assuming what he's saying is, well, what if I don't want to work out these points? I think in the previous question, they asked me to find negative 1 and 3. What if I don't want to do that? And what if I just plot these points and then look at it from my graph and then determine what the matching y values are and kind of work backwards? So what if I did B before I did A? Here's the thing. When it comes to accuracy, you know, you don't want to lose marks because you missed something. You know, it was a reason why you were asked to find those coordinates first. And because we're drawing this freehand, there's no guarantee that you're going to correctly draw the points through these missing values. And so that's why it's important to work out your points, work out the missing points in A first before you go on to B. And so we're not going to work backwards. I'm always going to make sure I complete my table fully and then go ahead and plot all the points. Because, and let me erase this. I think this was the first point we found, and the second one when X, right here. What Dimitri asked is, what if I just plot the points that they gave me, drew my curve, and then estimated the missing points? That's not guaranteed that you're going to be 100% accurate. And so it's always best to find the missing points first and then plot your graph. All right, so let's move on now, because in the next slide, I have it graphed already for you. And that's only because I can't easily draw a freehand curve on my computer. But let me remind you that you are not to use a ruler when you are drawing these functions, these quadratic functions. All right, so that's what my curve looks like. And I made sure to label my graph. What I do see is missing. I'm going to add that right now. I'm going to label my axes. So y-axis and then the x-axis. All right, and so this is what I have so far. I've connected my points to create a smooth curve. Let's go on to the next part of the question. Next, they say to me, on the same graph, on the same axis, draw the graph of y equals 4 minus x. Well, let me give you a simple way that I tell my students to do it. Let's go back to what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a table of values. I'm going to choose 3 x values, right? A negative value, a positive value, and then 0. But what I am going to do is go back to my table to choose those values. So I want to show you back on the table right here. I'm going to choose the first negative value. So I'm going to use x equals -2. I'm going to use the last positive value, 6. And of course, I'm going to include 0. And so let's go back and let's draw up our table. That's where we're at, right? Okay, so I'm going to draw a table. Okay, give myself a table of values. And I specifically just want to look at what happens for 3 values. I want to know what happens when, let me clear that. Clear. All right, so let me remind you of the x values I'm going to work with. I want to know what happens when x is equal to -2, when x is equal to 0, and then when x is equal to 6. Using the same function, linear function, y equals 4 minus x. Okay, so now I'm going to substitute them into the function y equals 4 minus -2, y equals 4 plus 2, y equals 6. So that's my first value that I can go ahead and put onto my table. Well, I'll just write the coordinate down here. -2, 6. That's my first value, and I'll add that right here. What I want you to do now is give me the next 2 coordinates. Using the function y equals 4 minus x, I want you to tell me what happens when x is equal to 0 and when x is equal to 6. So you're working through using this first function, or the second function actually. Using this function, you're going to tell me what happens when x is equal to 0 and when x is equal to 6. What are my matching y values? So if you were to substitute them, and I already see 2 answers in the Q&A section. If I were to substitute x equals 0 into this function, my matching y value would be 4 and then -2. And all of these responses are coming from the Q&A, right? Good stuff. So now we have a table of values. We have 3 points that we can easily plot and draw a line from. So I'm going to start with the point -2, 6. X is -2, y is 6. X is 0, y is 4. And then x is 6, y -2. So I have these 3 points that I can plot. Now I'm going to take my straight edge, and this is when you do use a straight edge. And connect the 3 points. And again, I do make sure to label the line. So I'm going to come back and say y equals 4 minus x. All right, so that's part C of the question answered. I am going to erase this working that we have here. I'm going to take my eraser and erase this, as well as this highlighted part. All right, so that's part C answered. Let's look at the next part of the question. The next part, D says to me, write down the points of intersection of y equals x squared minus 4x and y equals 4 minus x. So the first thing I have to do is identify the points of intersection. Oops, go back. All right, so I'm going to identify my points of intersection. I know that this is one place where they intersect, but they intersect in 2 places. So I've indicated where they intersect. Go ahead in the Q&A section, please, and tell me the coordinates for these points of intersection. So I've identified the 2 places where my 2 functions intersect. So what we're doing now, we're identifying those 2 points. All right, so question D, I'm going to identify this very first point. Its coordinates are -1, 5, and the second point is so make sure that you're writing the points properly. I know if I look at this red point, x is -1 and y is 5. That gives me my first point. My second point, x is 4 and y is 0. So that's where I get my second point from. Now they say to me, draw and write down the equation of the line of symmetry. Well, let me repeat what I said. The line of symmetry always, always, always goes through your maximum or your minimum point. And so to find the line of symmetry, all I need to do, the first thing I need to do is identify, in this case, my minimum point on my graph, which is my lowest, absolute lowest point on the graph. So I'm going to identify my absolute lowest point on the graph. My absolute lowest point on this graph is right here, the point 2, -4. So I'm going to draw a line through this point. And that becomes my line of symmetry. But notice they asked me to write that line, which means I need to make sure I've labeled that line. I need to identify that line. I know that it is a vertical line that goes through the x-axis. And what we know is that any line that goes through the x-axis is going to be x equal to some value. And it's that value that it goes through on the x-axis, right? It intersects the x-axis. And so in this case, this line goes through x equals 2, and so its name will be x equals 2. And that's my completed question. Before I move on to, let me just check what's next. Yeah, before we move on to our next question that you're going to begin to attempt on your own. Okay, so part C asks me to, let's look back at, I'm going to go back. I see 4 questions on the Q&A. All right, no problem. I'm going to go over C again. That's no problem. I chose to use the table method. You could have also used the slope and gradient method, right? And what happens with a table is, in order to plot a line, you need to have 2 to 3 points in order to plot a line. And so what we did, or what I did, I chose 3 points. 3 x values, -2, 0, and 6. Now let's see where I got these x values from. And you really could have used any x values you wanted, but let me show you exactly where I got these x values from. I'm going to go back to the initial or the original table that I was given in the question. So I'm going to go back. All of this stuff is going to stay on the screen. I'm going to go back to this table that the question gave me. And here's where I typically choose my x values from. I always choose that very first point, which is typically a negative value. I always choose the last point. Let me use my spotlight to say that again. I'm always going to choose the very first point, which is typically an x value, a negative value. I'm always going to choose the very last point, which is also typically a positive value. So I have one negative value, one positive value, and then I also always want to know what happens when x equals 0. And so that's where I got my 3 points from. Do you have to use the same pattern? No, you can pick your own 3 points to put into a table to make your own table. But again, what I do, I go back to my first initial table, the one that matches the quadratic function. And I'm going to create a table for that second question, that second function. All right, I'm going to create a table for this second function that I have to draw. Well, because I'm creating it on my own and no one's given me any points, I have to choose points. The safest thing for me to do is go back to the original table. Choose the very first x value, the very last x value, and then choose y. I hope that that answered your question. Okay, so I'm looking at Shiloh's question, and Shiloh says, what to write if the points of intersection are not directly on any points? So let's say my point of intersection, well, if for this specific question, it was supposed to be directly on these points, but if they aren't, sometimes you might have to estimate, but that's quite rare. But you should know how to estimate between 2 points. Okay, if we aren't supposed to use a ruler, then what do? Freehand. Yes, when I'm drawing my curve, my quadratic curve, I always make sure to do it freehand. And the more practice you get at it, the more accurate in terms of the look your question will be. Part D said, because someone asked me to go over D, write down the points of intersection. Well, I identified where my line, my linear function, and my quadratic curve intersected, which was these 2 red dots right here and right here. So once I identified those points, I was easily able to pull out the actual point or the coordinate at that point. Oops. All right. And let me just check to see if there's anything in the Q&A I didn't answer. I hope that my response to C helps a little. So yes, the points for my parabola did come from the very first table that I was given. All right, so let's move on. I'm going to put a question on the screen. I'm going to put a question up on the screen that we're going to begin. So let me clear all of my drawings. All right, here's this question. And I want you to begin this question. We have about 10 minutes left in the class. And so what we're going to do you're going to start A for me. Start by finding the values for your table. All right, so I have my table. Question A says, for the equation y equals x squared minus 4x plus 3, copy and complete the table of values below. So again, it's the same substitution, and I'm being careful and I'm making sure to use brackets, especially for that negative value. And in the next slide, I'll have the table completed for you. When x was -1, y was 8. And then for the second part, when x was 2, y was -1. The next question, I changed it a bit from what the BGCSE said just so that it can fit on my screen. It says, using a scale of 1 cm to represent 1 unit on the x-axis and 1 cm to represent 1 unit on the y-axis, draw the graph of the equation. So my screen did not go all the way up to 15, but when you draw it, you're going to make sure that you include it. So I'm going to plot my points. -1, 8, that's my first point. 0, 3. 1, 0. 2, -1. 3, 0. 4, 3. 5, 8. All right, so you should have, once you plotted, one additional point at -2, 15. That's what my coordinates look like once I plotted them. I'm going to move now to the next slide. All right, so I have my curve, that's my quadratic curve, my parabola, that's been drawn. All right, part B says, and that question with the table, I am going to repeat it in this particular question. I'm going to do it again for you to see, all right? And I like that I have this table here so that you can see it a lot easier. Part B says, from your graph, write down the values for x at the point where y is equal to 2. Well, I'm going to identify y equals 2 on my graph. And let me switch over to this. Y equals 2 is right here. So I'm trying to identify what points have y equals 2. That's going to be this point here. Let me erase that. This point here. And then this value. Now because, and I think this touches on Shiloh Knowles' question earlier, because these points aren't on a specific coordinate or an easy identifiable coordinate, I'm going to have to estimate the x values. I know that this very first point is between 0 and 1. It's between 0 and 1. It's not exactly between, so I know that it's not 0.5, and so it's a little bit smaller than 0.5, and I'm going to estimate to think about a number of value that's between 0 and 0.5. So let me put in my text box, and I'll come down a little bit. For part B, x equals, and let's go with 0.2, and same thing here. I know that my x value for this point is between 3 and 4, but it's not quite 3.5. It's a little bit, because 3.5 would be here. And that point is a little bit more than 3.5. So I'm going to go with x equals 3.8. Let me move this down. All right. So I'm just pausing to see if any questions come in the chat before I move on. All right, let's move on. Now they say to me, and I'm going to, let me erase these first before I do that. All right, they say to me, draw the line of symmetry for this curve. Again, my line of symmetry is always going to go through the minimum or maximum point on my graph. In this case, I have a minimum, so I'm going to put a point there so I can tell where my line of symmetry is going to go through. And now I'm going to draw that with a straight edge. And I want to again reiterate the difference. When I'm drawing a curve, I'm doing that freehand. When I'm doing a straight line, that's going to be with a ruler or a straight edge. So I'm going to draw this line and I'm going to make sure to label it. And because it goes to the x-axis at x equals 2, the line will be called x equals 2.
Good day, everyone. This is Mr. Sawyer speaking. I know it's been a while. It's been a while. Nevertheless, we are going to try as fast as possible to continue with our syllabus. You would remember that before we went on break, we were talking about the Caribs, which is one of those groups of Amerindians. So we would have already spoken about the Mayans, and we would have spoken about the Arawaks, and so we would have been on the Caribs. And so I'm going to review all of what we would have done with the Caribs and move on to a few extra information. And so, yes, just like with the Mayans and the Caribs, with the Mayans and the Arawaks, we want to know where the Caribs lived. Where did they live? Remember we said that the Mayans occupied places such as Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras. The Arawaks occupied places such as the Bahamas and Cuba, Jamaica. So we're going to talk about where did the Caribs occupy. The Caribs settled in places such as the Lesser Antilles, which include countries such as Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, and Aruba. So those are places that are on the leeward side of the Caribbean. So obviously there's going to be some need to maneuver, some need to move through rocks, because remember I said to you that the leeward side of the islands or of a region is the area that doesn't get as much wind action. Okay, so they lived in those areas that did not have a lot of wind action, but they have a lot of more rocky shores and things of that nature. All right, so what did they look like? Remember we talked about the appearance of the Arawaks and the Mayans, who the Mayans had short hair, they were short. The Arawaks used to wear their hair in a pudding basin style, things of that nature. So let's see what the Caribs used to do. So the Caribs were definitely taller than the Arawaks. However, they were still medium height. How do we classify medium height? We do not know. Let's just say that they were not extremely tall. They were not our Shaquille O'Neals and Paul Gasol and those, okay? They were also stronger than the Arawaks, and this had a lot to do with their training for war. And we'll get into what their training for war looked like in just a minute. They were brown skinned and usually went naked. So if a question was to ask you to describe the appearance of the Caribs, you already have 4 things that you can put right here. They were taller than the Arawaks, stronger because of their war training. They were brown skinned and usually went naked. In addition to being taller, brown skin, going naked, the women often painted their bodies with a red dye, and their eyes were circled with black. So they would have a black ring around their eyes, and their bodies would have been painted with red. The men painted their bodies and wore feathered headdresses. So they wore feathered, I don't want to call them hats, but the headpieces had feathers on them, and jewelry on their lips and noses. All right, so we have quite a few description of the Caribs. The questions are normally worth about 5 points. you give me any 4 of those explained. All right, we don't want them in, remember, we don't want them in bullet point form, we want them in sentence form. Furthermore, the Caribs had short heads and flattened their foreheads and flattened the foreheads of their babies. Just like with the Arawaks, remember, they flattened the foreheads of their babies. The Caribs flattened the foreheads of the babies because they thought it would make them stronger, just like the Arawaks. Thought it would make the bone in their head stronger to defend against persons that wanted to fight them. They also had long, straight black hair, which they combed and dressed with oil. So much like how females today put grease and jam on their hairs, the Caribs did the same thing, combing it, and their hair was long and straight. Something a Carib term to remember, a karakoli. This is a necklace of small bones and teeth of victims. It represented their courage. So once a Carib would have been out to war and they would have captured someone from another tribe, say for instance an Arawak tribe, they could take the teeth and small bones of their victim and put it on a necklace, and they would wear that necklace around their necks. Okay, and then you had a rasada, which are bracelets worn by women around their arms and legs. Okay, bracelets worn around the arms and legs of women. So we want to know, what did they eat? The Caribs ate basically the same thing as the Arawaks, but with more protein, so a lot more meat. They were great fishermen, so they ate fish. They did not eat turtles because they believed it made them stupid. So obviously, if something is going to make me stupid, I'm not going to eat that. And in the case of the Caribs, they did not eat turtles because they thought turtles made them stupid. All right. So in addition to not eating turtles because it made them stupid, they also did not eat pig because they believe it gave them small beady eyes, and eating crab brought storms while they were out to sea. So they were trying to avoid a lot of bad karma, if we want to say, because so what they did was to avoid all that, they would not eat things. So they didn't eat turtles because they made them stupid. They didn't eat pigs because they believe it gave them small beady eyes, and nobody wants to have small beady eyes because you look weird. And they did not eat crab because they thought crab would bring storms while they were out to sea, and nobody needs storms while you're out to sea. They seasoned their food with pepper, but did not use salt. So they did not use salt to season their meat, which is kind of weird because that's all we use now. They made uku, which is an alcoholic drink with cassava, which they drank and got very drunk on festivals and holidays. So it's similar, I guess you can say it's kind of similar to what Bahamians term moonshine. So it's something that they make. I say moonshine is something that we make, and they added cassava and other things in it. They would drink it on holidays and festivals and get very drunk. How was the Carib system organized? So the thing to remember about the Caribs, which is different from both the Mayans and the Arawaks, is that the Caribs had 2 set-aside governments. So they had 2 governments. One was the peacetime government. The peacetime government, the leader was the Tibetuli Hoth, and he made the laws. He was also in charge of fishing and growing crops. So the person in charge of peacetime government was called the Tibetuli Hoth. He was in charge of fishing and growing crops, and he made the laws. So the question asked you, what was the role of the Tibetuli Hoth? These are the answers that you would be able to put. Next is the wartime government. So before I even get started, you can think of why the Caribs might have needed a wartime government. Obviously, they're putting more emphasis on the wartime, on war. So in order to do that, they are going to set aside an entire government for that. So in the event that they are persons that wanted, such as the Europeans that wanted to come into their territories, their wartime government was who was responsible for this. So the wartime government was the most important of the 2 governments. The commander in chief was called the Abutu. So in the peacetime government was the Tibetuli Hoth. in the wartime government is the Ubuntu. He planned the raids, chose the captains, and he distributed prizes. Prizes means whenever they went to war and they captured whomever, if you captured whomever, you would get a prize for it, much like it would be teeth, or you get a person to be your wife, or things of that nature. Then they normally went to war and committed raids with the Arawaks. So this is the basic structure of the Carib wartime government. You had the Ubuntu, who was the leader of the wartime government in order to get this position. So this position was not hereditary. Remember, in the Arawak system, the leader's position, the cacique, his position was hereditary, meaning it was passed down from generation to generation, father to son, or it was in the family. But and as was the case with the Mayans, but with the Carib system, the Ubuntu had to have killed the cacique, so he had to show his power in war. Because remember, the wartime government is the most important government. Under him was the Tibatuli Hearth, who was the leader in peacetime government in charge of fishing and crops. All right, and then we have the Boyas. The Boyas is the priest. Boyas is the priest. Then you have the warriors and the hunters, and you have the regular Caribs. All right. This is the basic structure of the Carib system. So if a question is asked you to describe the Carib society, you can give me these characteristics and their roles. So the Ubuntu is the leader in wartime government. Position is not hereditary. Tibatuli Hawk, leader in peacetime government. The Boyas, the priest, they did the sacrifices. Warriors and hunters defended the territory. Regular Caribs did the work. All right. So again, we said that the wartime government is the most important government for the Caribs. And so in order to be a warrior, you had to undergo some kind of training. And this training was very intense. Much like in order to defend the country, the Bahamas, our beloved Bahama land, and to be a defense force officer or a police officer, you have to undergo some period of training. Well, in the Carib system, their training began at the age of 4. So at the age of 4, Carib boys were taken from their mothers to enter training. They no longer live with their mothers. They did not have their mothers love to baby them. So they believed that women were soft and weak and that boys should not be around them if they were to become warriors. All right? The boys were trained to make and use the weapons that were better than the Arawaks. They were taught to use the bow and the arrow. The bow and arrow had a deadly poison on their tips, which caused the victims to die painfully. So from the age of 4, the Carib boys are learning to fight and defend their country, their territory. So if a question is to ask you, why was the Carib seen as more likely to succeed in a war, it is because of things like this. The fact that their boys had warrior training from the age of 4, the fact that they could make and use their own weapons, or the fact that their weapons, the fact that they were excellent bow and arrow shooters, or the fact that their weapons, their bow and arrow had deadly poison on them, which could cause a victim to die painfully. Again, at the age of 14, the boys went through an initiation test to become warriors. During the test, they would be scratched with a guti claws, and had salt rubbed in their wounds. If they flinched, they failed the test. So imagine getting cut and somebody's pouring salt into your flesh. You were likely to cry. I know you were likely to cry. All right, and if you even flinched, you would have failed the test. You would not become a warrior. Another part of the test was to shoot a bird off the top of a tree with a bow and arrow. So that kind of solidified that they are very good bow and arrow shooters. Carib warriors were also excellent swimmers and boaters, so they had to know how to operate a canoe. Remember I said where they lived in the leeward side of the island, so there's a lot of rocky shores. So in order to move through those islands, move through those rocks, they had to be able to properly operate a canoe in order to not get shipwrecked or things of that nature. So again, Carib races were carried out in canoes. So they went out to sea. They were excellent seamen and navigators. They knew the islands very well, and this gave them an advantage in times of war, as I would have just stated. Their canoes were also very effective. They were larger than that of the Arawaks, and the canoes could hold up to 50 men and weapons. So obviously, if you can hold up to 50 men and weapons, you can carry a lot more out to sea to commit the raids, which means you can get a lot more done. You can raid a lot more territories. Caribs were also thought to be cannibals. People thought that they used to eat humans. They ate meat. They ate their own, which caused many to fear them. Okay, so a lot of people feared Caribs because they thought that they would be eaten. And the last thing we want to do today is their religion. So with the Arawaks, their head god was the Zemi. The Mayans believed in gods of nature, gods of sun and earth, and things of that nature. Very similarly, the Caribs were also polytheistic, and this is a term that we already know. Polytheistic means that they believed in many gods. So they believed in worshiping nature. They also believed in an evil spirit known as the Maboya. So if the Maboya was not placed in their homes, harm could come to them and their families. That's what they believed. Much like how Christians today believe that you have to have some sort of cross or some replica of Jesus up hoisted in your house, and it kind of brings protection to your house. So that's what they believe. The priest, as you would have already mentioned, was known as the boyas. Their job was to heal the sick with herbs and cast spells to keep the maboya away. The sacrifices, apologies, their services had sacrifices. So their services having sacrifices, and just like the Arawaks, the tobacco played a great role. All right. Hello, grade 11. You would remember that before we went on break, we were talking about African slavery. We would have already spoken about the triangular slave trade, which was this trade between Europe, Africa, and the New World. We would have spoken about the Middle Passage and the horrors thereof, things such as no food, cramped conditions, unsanitary conditions. We would have also spoken about the two types of slave selling, auction and scramble, and we would have talked about slave resistance. And we talked about plantation life already and why slaves would have resisted. And so today we move on to another aspect of African slavery. So today we move on to slave codes and laws. I want you to ask yourself the question, do you think it was easy to maintain slave behavior? Also, why might slave codes and laws been enacted? Why might they have been enacted? So those are going to be our guiding questions for this presentation. So what do we intend to do today? Our lesson objectives. Firstly, we're going to identify the forms of punishment used by plantation owners to control their enslaved laborers. We are going to be explaining why slave laws were enacted. Remember, we already asked that question, so we're going to try and find the answers. And then we're going to be comparing the slave codes of the Spanish, the French, and the English territories. So you know that slavery did not just exist in one country or one territory, but it existed for European territories throughout the continent. So Spanish territories, French territories, and English territories. We're going to be comparing their slave codes. So first and foremost, we're talking about slave punishment. We're going to be identifying the different forms of slave punishment. What do you already know? If you can, before I even showed on the slide, what do you already know are some of the forms of punishment that slaves might have endured? Give yourself a second and think about it. You can pause the video and think about it some more and see what do you think I'm going to say. So, types of slave punishment. Slave punishments would have been different depending on which colony you were in. So if you were in a French territory, a Spanish territory, or British territory, there's going to be some differences. Also, if you're in the Bahamas compared to if you're in Barbados or Jamaica, it's going to be some differences. All right, so it all depends on where you are. And these are some examples of slave punishments. First and foremost, whipping and beating, things that you should know. So slaves would have been whipped and beat if they did not follow the rules or if they tried to rebel in any kind of way. So you'd notice in any movie about slavery, there's always someone being whipped. All right. There was branding. This is where they put hot iron on the skin, and the branding is, while it was for punishment as well. Remember, it could also be used to identify who the slave belonged to, who the enslaved person belonged to. You put the hot iron on the skin and it leaves a mark. That's the thing that they do to cows. Then they would split up families. Splitting up families is also a punishment, because if you cannot be with your family, there can be various issues that develop within you personally. All right, so it's punishing you. It's like keeping you, if you were imprisoned and you are unable to see your family. All right. Then they would withhold food and necessities. Come on now, how would you feel if someone told you you could not eat? All right, so you can see why that would be punishment. Imprisonment, again, being taken away from those whom you love for obvious reasons, for what you did that might have been against the slave laws, that might have been against what the rules of the plantation were. Mutilation and killing of the enslaved. Mutilation is where they would kind of destroy parts of your body, and sometimes they would kill you. All right. So these are the types of slave punishments. So with all that being said, we're obviously going to want to know why there were slave laws that were enacted. Why were there slave laws that came into place? All right. So why? You're asking questions. Reasons for slave laws. So the first reason was to control the movement and behavior of enslaved people. Remember, enslaved people were nothing but property to the slave owners. All right, so they were nothing but property, nothing more. They were worth nothing more than a simple chair or a piece of land. All right, so they want to control their movement and the behavior. They wanted to regulate the treatment of the enslaved, which was property. So yes, they identified the enslaved people as property, but they also wanted to make sure that they were being treated correctly. Now, why do you think they want them to be treated correctly? Because it would have kept them from revolting. It would have made them want to work harder in some cases. All right. It also kept them from being damaged and unable to work. So they wanted to regulate the treatment. So it was never really always about the enslaved. It was about protecting the property. It was also to protect the slave owners from revolts and other forms of violence. Okay, so the laws kept the enslaved people in line to keep them from revolting and being violent. And it was also to keep the economic, the social, and the political power in the hands of the planters and away from colored and enslaved people. So blacks and enslaved were not to have any kind of economic, social, or political power. They were not to have money. They were not to have social status. They were not to hold any position in government at the time. So we've talked about why the slave laws were enacted. So now let's look at the different slave laws throughout the colonies. So you had the French territories, you had the Spanish territories, and you had the English territories. All right. So let's look at the Spanish first. So the Spanish slave laws were something known as las siete partidas. All right, las siete partidas. Las siete partidas, it simply means the 7 regulation. All right, so you look at siete in Spanish means 7. And this is just the name of the slave laws. Firstly, the enslaved had to be brought up in the Roman Catholic faith. All right, so there was some religion aspect to it. They should not be mistreated by their masters. So again, remember why they enacted the slave laws, because they wanted to protect the enslaved people. The enslaved could bring their complaints before the court. So if a slave master was to be mistreating them, they can actually go before the court and present evidence as to what has happened. The enslaved who could afford their freedom should be set free, meaning that if you have enough money, if you saved enough, not necessarily money, but save enough rations like land or things of that nature, or some monetary gain, some money, you could be able to buy your freedom and you would be able to be set free under las siete partidas. The enslaved were not to work on Sundays and holidays. This is kind of something that's still enacted today, not in the sense of slavery, but most workplaces, you're off on Sundays and holidays. much like government agencies. The priests had to say Mass for the enslaved. Again, that's a Roman Catholic thing. Mass is the Roman Catholic worship service. And the master had to provide clothing and food for the enslaved in their old age. So even if a slave was to quote unquote retire, the master still had to provide food and clothing for that enslaved person. So really there were two Spanish slave laws. They're kind of the same thing, just an update. The update to Las Siete Partidas is known as La Cedula, which means the code. So the Spanish laws were updated in 1680, and the update known as the La Cedula means the code. In addition to what was already settled in Las Siete Partidas, these were some of the added laws. So first, there was a limit placed on the number of enslaved that could meet together, meaning you cannot meet in large numbers. And they could not carry weapons or move about freely. All right, you could not carry weapons or move about freely. Also, if you were under the age of 17, you were not required to work. So we talked about the Spanish code, which was La Siete Partidas or La Cedula, and now we talk about the French code. So the Spanish code would refer to countries that were Spanish origin, countries like Trinidad and Tobago at the time. All right. Now we have the French code. The French code would obviously apply to French colonies, those like Martinique and Saint-Domingue, which is now Haiti. So the French slave codes slave laws were known as Code Noir, and it was passed in 1685. It stated that all slaves were to be baptized. Again, some religious aspect to it. Slaves were not to work on Sundays and holidays. So you see some similarities between this and the Spanish slave laws. Slave marriages were to be encouraged. Food and clothing were to be provided by the slave owner. Slaves could not own property. Enslaved were to be killed if they hit their master or their mistress or any free person for that matter. And enslaved should be treated humanely, meaning with respect. They should not be beat. And owners could free slaves after 20 years of service. So once you would have worked for 20 years, you are free to go. You can be free to go. So we talk about the Spanish laws, Las Siete Partidas, the French laws, Code Noir, and now we talk about the English laws. These are going to apply to countries like the Bahamas, Jamaica, Barbados. All right. So these were another set of laws set up by the British government to control the enslaved, and it stated that the enslaved had to carry a pass if they left the plantation. So if it was that they wanted to leave the plantation for any reason, they had to have a pass that was granted from their slave owner, from their master. And if you were caught without that pass, you could be beat and you would be carried back to your plantation. There was to be no gathering in large numbers between sunset and sunrise. Again, you can probably think of why they didn't want the enslaved to be gathering in large numbers. And that was because they thought it was encouraging them too much for revolts. Then there was to be no blowing of the conch shell nor beating of the drums after sunset. And again, this is because the masters believed that those were ways to send signals for rebellion. So they were afraid for their lives. The enslaved could not give evidence against the white person. So this is contrary to what was in Code Noir, where the slaves could give evidence, but in the English territories, the slave could not give evidence against the white person. The enslaved could not be taught to read or write. All right, so they wanted to keep them illiterate. Number 6, they were forbidden from being married. So as opposed to in Code Noir, where slave marriages were encouraged, in the English territories, slaves could not marry. These laws also stated how planters were to treat the enslaved. So for one, planters should set aside provision grounds. These provision grounds is where the enslaved people could grow their own food and grow food for them to eat as well as for them to sell. All right. Planters also to take care of the old enslaved people. So just like in the Spanish in las siete partidas, the planters had to take care of the enslaved people even after they quote unquote retired. Okay? And then the planters could not use cruel punishment or killing. And in fact, in Barbados, if you were convicted of cruel punishment or killing an enslaved person, a fine was attached. So you had to pay some money as a result. All right. So that concludes our lesson on the slave laws. And the slave laws, you will note that we've identified the types of slave punishments. We've identified the reasons why, or we've explained why the slave laws have been enacted. And we've compared the three types of laws. I want you to think for a while. Do you think that the slave laws were humane? Were they done in the interest of the enslaved person, or were they done in the interest of the planters? You can think about that. Your assignment will be posted on Google Classroom as well.
Good afternoon, good morning, good night, everyone. I am not sure what time of day you are viewing this video. However, I do hope that this video meets you in good health. My name is Sydney Sawyer, a social science teacher at R.M. Bailey Senior High School. And this video is in preparation for our BGCSE that we know we have to take and we're planning to take and secure the best possible grades that we possibly can. Okay. And so this is again for your history BGCSE theme 4 to be specific. What do we want to do today? Today, we are going to be reviewing the transatlantic slave trade. We're going to be explaining the ways Africans were sold in the New World, and we're going to be empathizing with Africans who were sold in the New World. So we know that historians typically, we like to empathize. And empathy means that we're feeling with a person. We're putting ourselves in their shoes, all right? And that is how we're going to be able to get through. And this is how we really get to understand the plight of the Africans. We start to empathize with them. Okay, we've empathized during the Middle Passage. We've empathized for their capture in Africa. Now we want to empathize with their soul, with their sail, sorry. So let's do a bit of a review. I was traded on the first leg of the transatlantic slave trade. Who am I? You should have said manufactured goods, things like clothes, alcohol, glass, beads, money. Any of these things were carried from Europe to Africa, first leg of the transatlantic slave trade. I am the name given to the route from Africa to the New World. I am the Middle Passage. We know that this Middle Passage was such an arduous activity. Historians the world over have agreed that more people have died, more Africans have died on the Middle Passage than those who actually died on the plantation. Right? So you can imagine that this is a very terrible and tormenting experience. I was carried from Africa to the New World. Who am I? I am the Africans or the enslaved people, because we don't say slaves anymore, we say enslaved people. Okay. I was traded on the third leg of the transatlantic slave trade. Who am I? I am the raw material. Raw materials such as cotton, sugar, tobacco, cocoa, any of these things would have been those which would have been transported, or they would have been extracted by the enslaved people on the plantations in the New World and then transported to Europe to be manufactured. And the cycle continued and continued. So their arrival in the New World. So the enslaved people would have lived through, those who would have lived through the Middle Passage would eventually arrive in the New World and would have to be sold. But before they can be sold, they have to be prepared for sale. Once the ship arrived in the New World, it was then washed down and the enslaved people were prepared for sale. So, I mean, again, we're achieving that empathy goal. You normally prepare a car to be sold. You prepare a house to be sold. You prepare a plate of food to be sold. So imagine as a person, a human being, having to be prepared for sale. Wow. To make them look pleasing, they were stripped and shaved to remove gray hairs that lowered their selling price. Now, why do you think they removed the gray hairs? You should have said, like, I hope I don't sound too much like Dora or Diego. You should have said that they removed the gray hairs because the gray hairs make you look old. All right, and the Europeans or the people who owned the plantations in the New World would not want any old slaves because they felt that the old slaves would not be able to work as hard or get as much work, which would essentially be meaning that they're not making as much money from what they invested in. Palm oil was rubbed into their muscles to give a healthy and firm appearance, much like how a lot of us rub, well, not me, a lot of us rub oils on our skins to make ourselves look shiny and clean. Um, some captains tried to cover up the wounds and scars by rubbing cosmetic mixtures, such as gunpowder, lime juice, and even rust, iron rust. How did they get these wounds? You should have said that they got them on the Middle Passage. Remember, a lot of them were whipped and beaten. Then they just looked like they went through hell. Okay, they were not fed, kept below the decks, only let up for air every now and again. It reeked. It was just a bad experience. And they were given new names, which represented their new identity. So this is that preparation for their sale. Let's watch this video.
People in the Americas knew when a ship arrived because they could smell it. If the wind was blowing from offshore, people would know that for sure. Maybe a day before it came. It would be sort of like a septic tank coming towards you. That's what it would smell like.
The sale itself would happen either on board the ship or a warehouse nearby.
Let the scramble commence!
Slaves would be inspected by prospective buyers who would poke and prod and open their mouths and all these things to try to assess the physical capacity of the slave. Once you get into the era of print, there were always advertisements in the newspapers.
The colonial newspaper is a small thing. It's 4 pages maybe. And on that last page, property is being advertised: land, horses, wagons, and human beings.
And they would use adjectives to sort of entice buyers. Lusty slaves, a fresh cargo of prime Africans from such and such a region.
So how much wealth does one person represent? For men, price rose with age up until around 25 or 30, and then it started to decline.
Once we get to the 19th century, the cost of an enslaved person would approximate the cost of an automobile in today's dollars. To own 50 or 100 enslaved people is to be a very wealthy person indeed.
For women, it's a little bit different. Price is correlated with perceived years of remaining fertility, or is linked to perceived sexual attractiveness. One of the attractions of slavery for enslavers, particularly men, is the sexual access that they believe it gives them. The role of violent, forced sexuality in the trade. We know that it was quite extensive. I think we have to come to grips with the fact that that was really in the minds of enslavers and other whites, and it was really in the practices of slavery.
It's time your.
So listening to that video, you would have heard, sorry, I'm sweating. You would have seen the inhumane activity of slave sale and preparation. They walk into, well, first he says you would know the ship is coming because you would smell it. So you know that has to be an extreme scent, right? And we know that the scent is horrendous on the boat because they were kept below the decks and not allowed to use the bathroom, and the scent reeked. Okay, the boat reeked. They walk into the building and say, "Let the scramble begin," as if it's a dog race or something, or wrestling match. She says that it would be advertised in the same categories as land or horses. So we understand that slavery was inhumane, and the sale of slaves was inhumane as well. So there are two ways that slaves were sold. The first of which is a scramble. And this is where Africans were separated into groups for which set prices were fixed. The signal was then given. Planters rushed on board to choose which group they enslaved they wanted. Obviously, they wanted the ones with the best quality for the least money. And this was an extremely cruel process. I want you to imagine that there's this one set, obviously the prime one. More than one person is going to want it. So think of it like this. It's a Black Friday sale at Walmart, and there's this very nice long sleeve sweater that two people want. One person yaks it from one sleeve, and the other yaks it from the next, and they begin to tug at it. Right? It's a tug of war activity at this point, because one person, well, the two of them want this long sleeve sweater. This is what it was like for the Africans. This is what it was like for the Africans. People would be yucking at them because they obviously wanted it. Can you imagine having to live through that? This is our empathy now. Can you imagine having to live through that? Some of us would want to fight and we hope that we could turn into the Hulk and just break out of their grips and do what we got to do. But this is what the Africans had to live through. The second way was a slave auction. An auction is very popular. We've seen auctions happen very often on TV. This is where they just say, okay, we're starting the bidding at $10. Do I hear $10? I hear $10. Do I hear 20? Do I hear 25? And it was sold to the highest bidder. This is essentially what they did for the Africans. But we do that for things. But they're doing it for humans. Inhumane process. They are again advertised by age, gender, and tribe skill and would be sold to the highest bidder. The place in the Bahamas where the enslaved people were sold was called Vendu House. And Vendu House is at present Pompeii Museum, which is downtown in the area where Senior Frogs and in the back area there. All right. They were then branded once they were sold to their new owners. These are some examples of the advertisements used for the enslaved people. They would have mentioned some in the video. They call them lusty slaves or a fresh cargo of Negroes. We advertise things that when we're selling dogs, when we're selling we say this beautiful plate of food, we say this 6-bedroom house. We say these things to sell material goods. But here they are saying this about Africans, human beings. That's the thing that we want to remember. So we talked today about the transatlantic slave trade. We call it the transatlantic slave trade because they were going across the Atlantic Ocean. We've talked about the types of the sale of slaves, auction and scramble. Be able to explain those and know the difference between the two, and be able to empathize and say why this would add to the sale of slaves would add to why slavery was a cruel process. This is Mr. Sawyer signing out. All right, good afternoon, good morning, good night, students. My name is Mr. Sidney Sawyer. I teach at R.M. Bailey, and today's content lesson will be about bootlegging. So this, has to do with our theme 3 of the history BGCSE, because, we want to get our A's. We're not settling for C's and D's. It's not what we want. We're fighting for our A's and our B's. All right, so let's get into it. So what do we want to do today? Today, particularly, we want to define the terms bootlegging and moonshine. We're going to be explaining why the Bahamas became involved in bootlegging, and this should be something very familiar to you, as you would have talked about it with your individual teachers, specifically as to why Bahamas became involved in blockade running, which was during the American Civil War, and why the Loyalists chose the Bahamas, which was after the American Revolution. So the three of these events have similar reasons. And so I want you to be pulling out the similarities, because questions like that tend to come. We're also going to be assessing the Bahamas' involvement in bootlegging. So what actually happened for the Bahamas? And we're going to determine the social, economic, and political impacts of bootlegging on the Bahamas. And again, the impact should be very, very familiar to you after the Loyalists, after blockade running, and now with bootlegging. So get your mindset to that place where you're ready, you're willing to learn, you're writing notes, you're thinking about that A, where you get that green slip of paper in August, whenever we get it. so that we are satisfied with the grade that we would have received. So we want to know, what is moonshine? I'm sure some of you, especially those of you who might be viewing this from the Family Islands, would have heard about moonshine before. All right, the areas, particularly in our southern islands. Long Island is known for its moonshine. All right. Well, bootlegging, first of all, bootlegging is the illegal smuggling of alcohol to America. And so this is going to be that activity that came about as a result of Prohibition. Remember, Prohibition became a reality because of the Volstead Act, or the 18th Amendment, that was passed in 1919 and came into effect in 1920. You would remember the reasons as to why Prohibition became a reality in America. Aggression, going against Christian teaching, beating children, beating wives, poverty, and the list goes on. Review those and you'll be ready. So bootlegging became that illegal activity, or is that illegal activity that became very popular as a result. And so I would have mentioned moonshine. Moonshine is this illegal making of alcohol. When I think of moonshine, especially in the Bahamian context, I think of moonshine as, so there's alcohol, there's rum, and there's rum. I think of moonshine as rum, a very strong alcohol that Bahamians, especially like I said in our southern islands, love to drink. Okay. So why the Bahamas? We asked the question why. Okay, something that historians ask, geographers ask. We just asked the question why. Firstly, the Bahamas became involved in bootlegging because of the proximity. And when we think of proximity, we think about how close or far something is from something else. All right. And so the Bahamas, we know, is very, very close to the United States. And so that's going to play a pivotal role as to why we became involved in bootlegging. Even today, everything that happens in America, almost everything that happens in America, in some way, shape, or form affects the Bahamas. You think about the meteorite that would have hit South Florida earlier this year. People in Freeport, Grand Bahama would have felt the shaking, okay? If something is happening politically in America, you think about the race relations last year, or in 2020, I don't know when you're viewing this video, that affected the Bahamas, okay? So all of these things affect the Bahamas. The electoral process affects the Bahamas. So proximity is going to be that reason. Storage. So we had an abundance of available land, and this land would obviously be used to store the alcohol that would then be shipped to America. And this again is a similarity with the blockade running, because we remember that the Bahamas became involved in blockade running because of our available land, and the land could be used to store the goods, which would then make it, and then the proximity made it easy and faster for them to ship the goods to America. So the same thing that happened in blockade running is the same thing that's happening in bootlegging. So I wonder if a question was to hypothetically come and say, how similar were the reasons why the Bahamas became involved in bootlegging and blockade running? How many of us would actually get that? Just say it. Thirdly, the fact that the country was very lawless. We're not lawless today. The country's government was willing to take money from other countries, whether legally or illegally. We were willing to do whatever we had to do. The government was willing to do whatever they had to do to make money for our country. All right, so these are specifically 3 reasons why the Bahamas became involved in bootlegging. Perhaps you would have learned some others. Feel free to share whenever you're able to. So this Bahamas involvement. Islands such as West End, Bimini, and Gun Key were the main places where alcohol was stored on the way to America. You can imagine that these are northern islands, okay? And so they're going to be extremely close to South Florida, which is a gateway into the rest of America, okay? And so a lot of these islands, Bimini, West End, Gun Key, West End is in Grand Bahama. It's the capital of Grand Bahama. These places are going to be very, very popular for bootlegging. Items such as gin, whiskey, and rum were imported to the Bahamas, and the Bahamian government, as we would have noted, did nothing to stop this illegal trade. We had families such as the Collins, the Simonettes, the Bethels, who controlled this illegal trade, and they became essentially very, very wealthy as a result of. So now the meat of our lesson, the impacts on the Bahamas. Okay, so I want you can pause the video and you can review the impacts of the loyalists on the Bahamas. You can review the impacts of blockade running. And then as we go through this video, I want you to see if you can pull out any similarities, any differences, impacts on family islands as opposed to New Providence, impact, just, is it political, is it social, is it economic, is it positive, is it negative? I want you to pull these things out, okay? So firstly, we had government revenue, and government revenue has to do with the money of the country. As we would have already noted, the government did nothing to stop the illegal smuggling of alcohol. And this, in effect, caused us to benefit from it, okay? And this government revenue would obviously be used to pay off debt. At least it should have been used to pay off debt. We hope that it was used to pay off debt. In fact, the government introduced a tax on the alcoholic beverages in the Bahamas. And the taxes are the main way that any government is able to make money, okay? In 1923, government revenue stood at $12 million. Now that sounds like a little bit of money today, right? Because $12 million really would only start my life. But at this time, in the 1920s, $12 million did a wealth of good for our country. So do you think that this is a positive or a negative impact? And we're not talking about what the money was spent for. We're talking about the fact that there's government revenue. Was this a positive or a negative impact? You should have said positive. Good. In addition, we had some more impacts. We had the wages of the Bahamians increasing. Okay, with your wages increasing, you're gonna either spend or save. And at this time, more people were spending their money, and so that meant that there was more money circulating in the economy. All right, and so the standard of living for many Bahamians would have improved as well. Apologies for that misspell there. That should say there was more money. The population impact was also the fact that people migrated from the family islands to Nassau. And so this is what we call internal migration, the migration from within the country, the migration within the country, okay? This could be some positive, some negative, because we know that with a large population, your country is, or your place is more likely to suffer from crime, pollution, anything of that nature, okay? But the fact is that there was an impact on the population. There was an impact on buildings. So the New Colonial Hotel and Montague hotels were also built. And that is an impact that, although not stated there, is another impact that we can pull out. Pause the video and see if you can tell me what the impact is, specifically as it relates to New Colonial hotels and Montague hotels being built. What might be that impact? So you would have said that the impact is it provided more jobs, right? Because you need people to, first of all, build the hotels, and then you need people to work in the hotels, okay? And so yes, the hotel itself, the hotels themselves being built meant that there was more buildings, but it also implies to us that there's more employment. And these people who are employed now make money, and with their money, they begin to spend, and with their spending, money is circulating in the economy, and we're all benefiting, okay? Other building projects, you would also state that it could have impacted tourism as well, okay? The harbor was deepened and Prince George Wharf was built. We had electricity supplies being modernized. So we were not in the dark ages anymore as it relates to electricity, even though we still have some problems with, I will not say the name. Water and sewage systems were also introduced, and areas such as West Bay Street, Westwood Villas, and the Eastern Roads were developed, all right? And so these are the building impacts. We have wages, population, and buildings. And all of these essentially would be considered positive effects because these are showing us the good things that happen as a result of bootlegging. So as I would have mentioned, employment. people were employed, Bahamians were employed as bootleggers, workers in the hotels, and on construction projects. All right, so these would essentially have brought more money into the country. Okay, and this is another positive impact. Some other impacts were the fact that there was more increase in business for the Bahamas because we had a greater recognition by foreigners, right? Because more Americans would know about us because of our illegal trade. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that they knew about us, and that's the good thing that we want to pull out. And so we would call that a positive impact. However, wealth remained in the hands of the few. Only certain families would have benefited from the economic boom. Those would have been the Collins, the Simonets, the Bethels. Okay, it remained in the hands of the few. So that's a negative because it doesn't seem like the wealth is common, and we live in the Commonwealth. Well, at this time we weren't the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but today we are the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So the wealth should be at least common. The new developments really only benefited Bay Street. So it neglected areas like over the hill. So while Bay Street might have had street lights and modernized electricity and water and sewage, the rest of the people over the hill were not benefiting from this. Okay, and so that can be seen as a negative impact. And then lastly, we have farming and family life suffering on the family islands because men left for work in Nassau. So they left their family islands, and rightly so. So they had the push and pull factors. The pull factors to Nassau would have been the fact that there's greater economic activity. They saw a better way of life in New Providence. That's their pull factor. All right, and so they left to come to Nassau to work. But in the same vein, their families and farming was neglected on the family islands. So the economy of the family islands, the farming, the family, all right? Because most times it would have been the men that would have left to go to work in the province. And so what would we consider this, a positive or a negative? I would consider this a negative impact. So if there's anything that we would have pulled out today is the fact that bootlegging did benefit the Bahamas. However, there were some negatives, okay? And so we have to be able to, as historians, we want to be able to pull out not just the positives, we want to be able to extract the negatives of the impacts that we're studying, all right? And your BGCSE will ask you, I have not seen the BGCSE obviously, but it will ask you for you to make an analysis. Is it positive, is it negative? And you to identify the positives and the negatives. All right, this is Mr. Sawyer signing off.
Good afternoon, good morning, good night, whatever time it is that you are watching this PowerPoint presentation. Welcome to our history lesson for today. All right. So what are we going to do today? We're going to be reviewing the ways that the Spanish was able to protect her monopoly in the 1500s. We're going to explain why other European countries might have wanted to challenge the monopoly. And we're going to examine ways in which other European countries actually attempted to challenge Spain's monopoly. So I want you to get your mind back into that place of monopoly, what it meant, and what did it mean specifically for the Spanish. So let's do a bit of review. I want you to pause the slide and try to match the following definitions with the correct protection measure. So I want you to try and match these. All right, so after pausing it, you should have come up with these answers. All ships passing through the New World had to pass through this, and that would have given you E, which is casa. Ships traveling from Spain twice a year with goods to our colonies should have given you A, which is the convoy system. Spanish coast guards patrolling the waters, preventing foreign traders from entering, should have given you Spanish cruiser fleets, which is C. Spain employing these people to enforce the law are the Spanish officials, which is B. Spain setting up setting these things up and placing guns and men in them to guard the borders would be stone forts and castles, and that would have given you D. All right, so give yourself a round of applause if you got that answer or those answers correct. So these are just some of the places that Spain actually colonized in the Caribbean. So you have Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Darien, Cuba, Florida, New Spain, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, and you'd see the reason as to why they would have colonized these areas. So most of them it was gold, others it was God, it was glory, etc., etc. So just a reminder, we know that in 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed between Spain and Portugal. It stated that everything left of the line belonged to Portugal and everything right of the line belonged to Spain. All right, and after the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed in 1494, Spain closed all of the Caribbean Sea to any other kind of foreign traders. All right, any other kind of foreign traders. So who would have wanted to challenge Spain's monopoly? It would be other European countries. And you could kind of think about why they might have wanted to challenge Spain's monopoly, right? Perhaps it had to do with jealousy. Because remember now, Spain is very rich at this time, and Spain has all of this God, all of this glory, all of this land. Land equals wealth, wealth equals power. And the other Europeans are going to be kind of jealous of that. But there are specific reasons why they would have wanted to challenge Spain's monopoly. Yes, jealousy played a part, but more specifically, you had religion. At first, Spain was able to colonize much of the New World using her Roman Catholic power. All right, Spain was very Roman Catholic, while other groups like the Dutch and the English were becoming increasingly Protestant. And when I say Protestant, I'm talking about they're moving more towards the Church of England, the Anglican Church. But Spain remained heavily Roman Catholic, and that was how Spain was able to colonize the territories in the Caribbean. The other countries were kind of jealous of that or did not like that, and so they intentionally they believed that that Anglicanism or the Church of England was the right way to go and not Roman Catholics. And so they're going to go against every other group that is Roman Catholic. So all of Spain's territories that were increasingly Roman Catholic, they would have wanted to go against. In addition, money was an issue. Money was a reason why they challenged Spain's monopoly. Other European powers wanted the wealth that Spain had, right? So we again said that land equals wealth and wealth equals power. If they were able to get that money and that wealth, they knew that they would eventually have the power. And thirdly, the Dutch was actually fighting for their independence from Spain. So that's why they challenged Spain's monopoly. They wanted to be independent, all right? They wanted to be free from Spanish rule. And so just as we had our protection measures such as CASA, convoy, Spanish cruiser fleet, Spanish officials, stone forts and castles, here we have our challenge measures. All right, and the first challenge measure that we're going to talk about is privateers. All right, a privateer was a person who had been granted permission, and this permission was in the form of a letter of marque. All right, the letter of marque. And they got it from their individual countries to rob just Spanish ships. Their country received a portion of the gain. So whatever they robbed or whatever they stole from a Spanish ship, their country would get some portion of whatever it was. So countries like the English, the Dutch, and the French, they actually hired privateers to rob Spanish ships. And obviously this is going to weaken Spain's economy because that's them losing a lot of money. Think about it. If you own the shop and every month you continue to get robbed, right? You're continuing to lose money. You're wasting money, and then you're losing money as well that you could have been making. And this caused there to be great strife between the European powers. The second way that they would have tried to challenge Spain's monopoly is through pirates. So these are going to be very similar to privateers, except for one main difference. A pirate is a person without permission from their government to rob Spanish ships. Remember we said that privateers got permission through the letter of marque, but pirates did not get permission from their government. And they robbed any ship, really. Okay, so privateers only robbed Spanish ships, while pirates robbed all ships. Privateers had permission, pirates did not have permission. Okay, privateers gave a portion of their gains to their government, while the pirates kept all of the gains for themselves. People from other European countries who rob Spanish ships at sea. Piracy is the robbing and fighting at sea by captains with the intent of making a profit. We know some of the famous pirates, right? You know, Blackbeard, Mary Read, Stede Bonnet, etc., etc. But there are key differences between pirates and privateers, as I would have mentioned. A rather important measure to challenge Spain's monopoly would have been the illegal traders. And I want you to think about what that probably means. Illegal traders. So these are people who are selling things illegally within the Spanish colonies. And the Portuguese were among the biggest of illegal traders in the 16th century. And the 16th century would be the 1500s. Remember, we had the convoy system where the Spanish ships came with goods twice a year. And these goods were often very expensive and infrequent, meaning they did not come, they only came twice a year, so that's not enough time. So that gave way for more of the colonists, more of the people in the Caribbean to want to buy from these illegal traders. And so if I'm buying from illegal traders, if I'm buying from the illegal traders, is the Spanish getting any money? No, right? The Spanish is not going to be getting any money. And so that's causing Spain's economy to be weakened, and that's going to challenge her monopoly, her control of the trade in the Caribbean. Okay? Traders from other European countries came with goods at a much cheaper price and far more frequently. And so that's why a lot of them used to prefer to buy from the illegal traders. And so of the European challenge measures, the Dutch is the final, right? The Dutch as a whole challenge. The Dutch and Spanish were actually bitter enemies, because remember we said that the Dutch wanted their independence from Spain. The Dutch attacked the Spanish in Europe and drove them from the sea. Okay, so they were very adamant, they were very determined to drive the Spanish away from the sea. And they actually took over Spain's trade of salt and tobacco, specifically in Venezuela. So if I take over your trade, right? If I take over your trade, that means that you're not making as much money as you normally would, right? You're not making as much money as you normally would. And so the Dutch was a very, very strong tactic to break Spain's monopoly. They had more ships at sea, and so if the Spanish only has 2 ships and the Dutch has 10 ships, obviously one outweighs the other, and the Dutch is going to be able to drive them away from the sea. Okay, even though Spain had control via the Treaty of Tordesillas. So yes, the European powers did challenge Spain's monopoly. However, Spain's monopoly was challenged by her own people. Remember those Spanish officials that she hired so that they could enforce the laws and ensure that people did not trade illegally, etc., etc.? The Spanish officials, they took bribes and they actually allowed foreigners to trade without asientos. And you should remember what asientos are. An asiento is a permission to trade, right? So those same illegal traders, they got permission from the Spanish officials after they would pay them a small bribe, or sometimes a large bribe. But Spanish officials actually helped to break down Spain's monopoly. And again, hand in hand, they worked together. So Spanish officials, yes, but you also had the Spanish settlers. Because think about it, if the illegal traders come, who is buying from the illegal traders? The Spanish settlers, right? The people that are living in the Caribbean. And that's gonna contribute to the breakdown of Spain's monopoly, because they're spending their money with the illegal traders as opposed to spending their money with the convoys or whatever else Spain is sending to make money, right? So they bought goods from illegal traders, and because I mean, can you blame them? The convoys were infrequent and very expensive. The illegal traders are coming like every day, and they got a can of corned beef for like $1.69, whereas the convoys have them for like $4.65. I think I'm gonna buy the $1.69 can of corned beef. I don't know. I'm just saying. Okay. So those are the main ways that Spain's monopoly was challenged. So let's fill in these blanks. Number one, what should you put? Number one, if you said pirates, if you said privateers, give yourself a round of applause. Number two, if you said pirates, give yourself a round of applause. Number three, if you said illegal traders, give yourself a round of applause. Number four, if you said the Dutch, give yourself a round of applause. Number five, the Spanish officials, yes. Number six, the Spanish colonists, very good. And so that is essentially, in a nutshell, how Spain's monopoly was broken. All right, those main 6 ways Spain had to fight for a monopoly. That led to a lot of wars between the different countries. But these other countries, I want you to think about it. Which one of these do you think were the most effective?